Thank you, Mr. Nguyen, and welcome to the public, to staff, and to my fellow commissioners to this March 31st edition of the Planning and Transportation Commission regular meeting. Mr. Nguyen, will you roll the tape?
For written communications, please send an email to planning.commission@cityofpaloalto.org. Spoken comments using a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 923-01-64-0941. You will be asked to enter an email address and name. We request that you identify yourself by name, as this will be visible online and will be used to notify you that it is your turn to speak. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute your speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time limit allotted. A timer will be shown on the computer to help keep track of your time. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, download the Zoom application onto your phone from the Apple App Store or Google Play Store and enter the meeting ID 923-01-64-0941. Please follow steps A through D. Spoken public comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 923-01-64-0941. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. You will be asked to provide your first and last name before addressing the board. You will be advised how long you have to speak. When called, please limit your remarks to the agenda item and the time limit allotted.
Mr. Nguyen, please conduct the roll call.
Chair Heckman,
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
Present.
Commissioner Ovchek,
Present.
Commissioner Chang,
Present.
Commissioner Lowing,
Present.
Commissioner Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to oral communications, I actually want to start tonight by welcoming Bryna Chang, our newly appointed 7th Planning and Transportation Commissioner. Bryna, we all look forward to working with you and to your contributions to the commission. So welcome.
Thank you. I look forward to working with all of you.
The other piece of business I'd like to take care of before oral communications is to let the public know, and I see there are only maybe 4 attendees right now, so you get the inside scoop. We have a new feature as part of our PTC Zoom meetings, and that is a live transcript, which is appearing on my screen at the bottom of the screen. If it's not appearing on your screen in the same, in some location, then if you look at the bottom of your screen next to the raise hand button, there should be a live transcript CC closed caption button. And I think if you click on that, you can turn the feature on and read along, which may be helpful or may be distracting, depending upon what you feel about closed caption meetings or movies. So, but we're happy to have it as an additional accessibility feature, and I want to thank staff for making that happen. So with that, I will move to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is the raise hand button on the bottom of your screen, not far from the live transcript button. And if you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9 for the same effect. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for oral communication tonight?
Yes, we currently have two raised hands. First will be Nielsen, followed by Carol. Our first speaker is Nielsen.
You have three.
Thank you. My name is Nielsen Buchanan. I live in downtown North, not far from the real City Hall. I would like to make some comments about past history and talk about what I could see a preferred future. I've been involved with downtown North and neighborhood parking and parking for the commercial core around University Avenue for over 11 years. This is not the night to cite all the past history, but I would like to say after 11 years, I've got a fair amount of knowledge about some of the objectives that we could be talking about. Of those 11 years, almost 2/3 were spent just trying to get started. I developed a reputation for helping get started the RPP for downtown, but that was never my goal. My goal was to find a dialogue for the balance of commercial parking versus the residential parking in the neighborhoods and the balance within the commercial cores. So now's the time to really look forward, because I think we've got three big opportunities that I hope the Planning Commission would embrace in a future meeting. Here are the assets we have as we come out of the COVID situation. First, we have a legitimate Office of Transportation, and that's about 3 years old, depending on how you measure. The other is a framework for parking activities, and that's attachment A later in the agenda. There's some 35 items that a consultant came in at the behest of Ed Chicado to pick up all the loose ends. Those 35 items are not the complete constellation. They're missing 3 or 4, but that doesn't really matter at this point. The third advantage we have is the fact that we've got a COVID pause time. We have probably 12 months to really catch our breath and get organized better for the future. And particularly for the 35 to 40 items that are not well put together. They're not into any kind of budgetary array, and they're not in any kind of a timeline or a PERT chart to my satisfaction. So to move to the future, here's what I propose. I'd ask the Planning Commission and the staff to schedule a 2-hour study session to take a look at the past and where we are. Tonight, you'll be discussing one of the components of the constellation of things to do. That's the pricing program, which I enthusiastically support. But what I don't know is what is the sequencing or staging of all the efforts that are detailed in the 35-point plan. So in summary, it'd be great to catch our breath. Let's really get organized with the Planning Commission and the Council and the Finance Committee, so we have a logical flow of the reforms we want in neighborhood parking, and most importantly, the commercial core parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Carol, then followed by Rebecca.
Good evening. I would like to, if you can, Mr. Nguyen, to put my slides up for this, for the oral communication.
Carol, I believe you only sent me slides for the parking study session.
I also sent you one for traffic calming. If you find it, that would be great. I can speak to it, but it's better if they see the photos. What I'd like to speak to tonight is a request. There we are. That's not the right one, though. That's going to be for the later one. That's for later. There's another presentation I sent you for oral communications. We'll just go ahead. It's okay. I don't want to waste everyone's time. And I can send it to the PTC later so they can see the visuals. What I'd like to ask for at this time is that the PTC consider instituting traffic calming devices for all parks in Palo Alto. And tonight, I'd especially like to talk about Pierce Park and Evergreen Park. If you could see the slides, you would see that coming down Park Boulevard from El Camino Real towards the park, it is completely invisible until you were almost on the park itself. And for a variety of reasons, Park Boulevard has become a speedway for cars. And of course, it's a major bicycle transportation route as well. When you get to the park, you will see that it is a very busy one. There are lots of people that go there, both neighbors as well as others from outside the area. So there's often a lot of traffic and a large number of children that play there. But because of the speeding cars, I often see people traveling 35, 40 miles an hour around this curve, only to hit the park, totally unaware that there could be a child crossing the street, a bicycle in the roadway, which they're allowed to use along with cars and so on. The only traffic, quote, calming device that's on Park Boulevard at the moment is a ridiculously small roundabout at Stanford Avenue. There used to be a three-way stop there as Stanford dead ends into the park, but the city took that out, I guess, because they wanted to make the ride smoother for bicyclists, and they put in a roundabout. But unfortunately, the largest one that they could use there is ridiculously small, so that cars don't even need to slow down to go through it. So in other words, once you pass Birch Avenue on Park, go down Park from El Camino, past Birch, and then you have no need to stop until you get to California Avenue, which of course encourages bad behavior of people using Park as a shortcut down to get to Page Mill. So what I would like to suggest to you is that we desperately need at least 2 speed bumps leading to the park and in front of the park to cause cars to slow down. This is something that if you were in Hoover Park, you would be able to see. Hoover Park has 2, and it's a similar size park. Maybe Hoover's a little bigger, but it's also on Cowper, which carries a fair amount of traffic. All the kids in Palo Alto need to be safe, and this is a particular safety issue. I have requested that the Public Works Department take a look at this sometime back. I know that they received my request, but I heard nothing further back from them. And I understand that this will cost money, but a lawsuit for a child that is injured or killed there will be vastly worse. And if there is such a lawsuit, I can guarantee that I will be standing right with the grieving family, talking about why the city did not put a speed bump or traffic calming device at this park. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for your comments, and I apologize for not having your presentation. If you can email that back over to me, I'll make sure to forward that to the commissions and also post it online. Our next speaker is Rebecca.
Thank you so much. This is Rebecca Eisenberg. Thanks for letting me speak. I wanted to talk about Castanea. As I usually talk about, I really hope that all of y'all got to listen to the very lengthy discussion by the City Council on Monday night. If you missed it, I think I really urge you to watch and listen. The City Council said over the course of many hours, pretty much all of the arguments that I and the others who have been urging you to take a more holistic, equitable approach towards Castanea have been saying all along. And it's going to come back to you. And so, I gotta say, this whole discussion and consideration of Castanea's drive to put a much larger school on 55 residential lots, a plot of land that it outgrew already many years ago, to operate a commercial venture that it is not zoned to operate in the heart of the residential neighborhood where I live. It's been a non-starter from the start. And it's going to keep going to City Council and come back to you and waste so much time and money and energy when we're dealing with so many huge crises, like the crises of homelessness and the ever-growing crisis of homelessness and the ever-growing need for affordable housing. You all have been spending way too much time and spinning way too many wheels on trying to accommodate the needs of a private organization that offers no public benefit. So with that said, when it comes back to you, I really hope that you will take a much, stronger look at what they're asking and look at it from the point of view of the community benefit. And if you see what all of us have seen who've been opposed to this, and what it appears that many on the City Council see too, is that if a private party seeks to do unzoned activity, in this case, commercial activity on a residential plot, they just can't do it if it doesn't have a public benefit. And, so when you take a look at Castellea again, ask questions about safety to children riding bikes on Bryant. Ask questions about, should the city continue to subsidize such a wealthy, profitable organization during such an extraordinarily difficult time? Castellea has no right to run a commercial operation at that site. I hope you'll keep that in mind when it comes back so we can end this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for your comments. Chair, that concludes oral communication.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. We'll move then to city official reports. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you, commissioners. Good to be with you this evening. Rachel Tanner, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services for City of Palo Alto. Just want to give a few updates to you concerning kind of upcoming items. I will be brief. I wanted to know, in the packet that you don't have the upcoming months. We have developed a schedule for the council liaison schedule that does include our new commissioner, Commissioner Chang, but gives her a few months to get her kind of planning legs, I guess, underneath her before she's on docket for council liaison. The next item that we have coming up that did come to the PTC is on the 19th of April, where we'll be looking at 640 Fairmead, which will be an action item before the council. That was one of the lot splits that we have had in the past few weeks, because it's only the 4th month of the year. Commissioner Lowing, you are on deck for April, if that's okay, and Vice Chair Rupavar, you're the backup. But as according to the council schedule, that's the only item we have that has come to the PTC and then going on to council, but I will update you if that changes or if items are added.
That's the 14th. 14th, not the 19th.
Let me just double check. This is an item going to the council meeting, which the 14th,
I'm sorry.
I think, is our meeting.
No, you're right.
It's okay. I'm like, let me just check. And then a couple items that are going to council that you may be interested to either watch or to kind of see the outcomes are. We have on Monday, we'll be talking about our housing element update with the city council. And as I mentioned in an email to you all earlier, one item before them will be whether or not they would like to form a joint subcommittee with the PTC and the council. And that could be something that's discussed. And then also whether or not they want to have a joint kickoff meeting with council and PTC both on perhaps May 10th to kind of kick off the housing element. So on Monday, they'll be also selecting the members of the housing element working group, kind of really getting us together to begin this large endeavor. And just to preview for you all, the PTC, what will happen is, again, unless significant changes are made, there will be a working group that will be working. There will be a council subcommittee of council members. And ultimately, what those groups will be doing is bringing forward a recommendation of both housing opportunity sites and housing programs, which are essential kind of components of the housing element. And then the PTC will be making a recommendation to council on those matters. So that's kind of you have a big role there. A lot of work happening from the working group, as that is in their name, but ultimately coming to you all. So we want to make sure that throughout the process, the PTC and the council stay really up to date with the work of the working group so that we can make sure that we are submitting our finalized housing element at the end of next year to be certified. We also have on April 12th, the council will be taking a look at planned home zoning. You may recall this is kind of a revival of the PC zoning, and we've had so far 3 pre-screenings for housing proposals, one of which may go forward, one which may come back, and then one that has declined to go into become housing. We have a couple others waiting in the wings. So council wanted to take a look at this program and provide some more direction on its use. And then lastly, on April 19th as well, we'll be having a discussion about the street closures and parklets that are part of our Uplift Local program in response to the pandemic and kind of the future of those. So definitely a busy month in April and lots of land use items that will be coming. Am I frozen?
We were momentarily.
Okay, I'm gonna just, if I freeze again, I guess, I don't know, I won't be able to see you all because you'll be frozen for me. those are the main items that I had. And then addition, just to mark your calendars for May 10th as a possible date for a joint meeting with the PTC and the Planning Commission and the City Council. Philip, did you have any updates from transportation that you wanted to offer at this time, or should we go to the next item?
Yeah, thank you. Just a really brief one. Just wanted to mention that the city council meeting this past Monday, was it this Monday or a week ago Monday? I'm losing track of time. We had a study session on the XCAPS final report. That's the expanded community advisory panel, of which one of your commissioners is a member of, which was providing advice on the grade separation project. So we had our initial study session, and we have a follow-up session that's planned for the 26th of April. So just want to give a heads up that that's coming, and will not be the last discussion that we have on that item. So we anticipate there'll be multiple meetings to follow that meeting. Wanted to just provide an announcement about that because that's a big one. And just wanted to mention that one of our public commenters in the open comment period, I believe it was Carol Scott. I'll be getting a hold of you, or I'll actually have my staff get a hold of you to talk about the traffic calming program and to help you to navigate that process. Thank you.
I can add two more things I forgot, which is just the outcome of some items that were at PTC that did go to council. So Castellea was there on this past Monday, and some items were remanded back both to the ARB as well as the PTC. So Ms. French and we'll be working with the applicant to figure out when they'll be prepared to come back to the PTC, and that will probably be sometime in the summer is what we're imagining, but we will let you know as soon as that is scheduled. And then we also had 855 El Camino Real go to council, which was about the town and country retail kind of health additions to that shopping center. And so that was also sent back to PTC to come up with a definition for that type of retail. We expect that will come back on our April 28th meeting is our goal to bring that to you. So that's my report, and I'm available for any questions if there are any.
Questions of the commission by the commissioners? Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, for the joint meeting, will that be a 5 p.m. meeting or an all-day meeting? What kind of placeholder shall I put on my calendar?
I don't think it will be all day. The council has been taking up the practice of starting their meetings at 5 o'clock pretty consistently this year, and study sessions are supposed to be the first item. So if those two things hold, I would hold around 5 o'clock if you're able to.
Great, thank you so much.
Commission questions of staff. All right, then I want to actually move back to a step I missed. Agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Any commissioners have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions? Commissioner Templeton.
Hi, yes, thank you for catching that. I was just wondering if we're comfortable with the order of our agenda this evening. I noticed it goes past 11 o'clock, and that's if everything goes to schedule. Sometimes we don't. And the last item looks like something that might be kind of timely and quick. Is that something that we should think about moving earlier so we can make sure we don't let it fall off the radar? Or how do other commissioners feel about that?
Any other commissioners want to comment? Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, my preference would be that I typically am hesitant to change the order when we have applicants who have scheduled attendance. So, but I would be fine if if you wanted to move. I would support the idea of switching around the items that don't have community member applicants. So if we kept number 2 where it's at, and then you wanted to juggle, 5 to 3, I would support that, because at least the people who are not members of the staff and commission, who are typically here the whole time, don't have to wait, later in the evening than they had originally thought.
That makes sense to me. If other commissioners are cool with that, or staff, if you could tell us whether that would be problematic if they're waiting to log on until later or something like that.
That Director of Transportation has the comment on his item, Philip.
Assuming I can unmute myself. Apologies. I was just going to say, I think the study session item that we had anticipated that we would have fairly, it's one of those ones where it's hard to judge, but we anticipated a large chunk of time due to the expectation that we might have a lot of people here to public comment. Noting that right now we have 10 attendees, I don't necessarily think we would need as much time on the study session as we had allotted.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang. You're muted.
You're on mute.
Hey.
I in general think that it's better to do things that require a lot of thinking earlier. And so, and also I'm concerned about keeping people waiting around when we don't have to. And I don't know where we would move item 5 earlier that would allow people to leave earlier, because I see that we have a bunch of city staff here, and I think there's also going to be a lot of people commenting on parking. And so I think normally I would agree, but today perhaps not, given where I think the comments are going to come in.
All right, well, I'm glad we've had a chance to talk about it. Sounds like there's not a huge appetite for it. And we maybe should just save the minutes of discussing it and move on. I don't know. But I just wanted to bring that up. So thank you, Chair.
All right. Well, then we will keep our agenda as set, but it is, as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, it's a packed agenda. And so because that's so, and because if things take as long as we're anticipating they're going to take, we are going to go past 11. And that includes members of the public who want to observe and participate in the last item. I'm going to encourage my fellow commissioners to be succinct in your comments. And I'm also going to limit speaker time during public comment on all items tonight to 3 minutes. And that, of course, would not include the applicant's time on upcoming item number 2. So, but just to give everyone a heads up, expect 3 minutes if you want to speak on any item on our agenda tonight. So with that, I do want to move us into our first action item. It's a public hearing, quasi-judicial, 181 Addison Avenue. It's planning file 20 PLN-00300. Request for review of a preliminary parcel map with exception and variance to subdivide one existing lot into 2 parcels with less than the minimum 60-foot frontage. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair Heckman. We have Danielle Condit, who is one of our planners here in the department, who will be doing the presentation. We also do have an applicant who is here and present, and they will also speak after Danielle has finished her presentation. So Ms. Condit, if you will share your screen and take it away.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Let me just go ahead and get the presentation shared. Okay, so today staff has brought before the PTC an application for consideration of a preliminary parcel map with exception and variance. The subject site is located at 181 Addison Ave and is located within the R2 zoning district. The R2 zone regulations permit 1 to 2 dwelling units under the same ownership on a site under regulations that preserve the essential character of single-family use. The property is also located within the SOFA, south of Forest Area 2 coordinated area plan, but I will refer to that as SOFA 2 from here on out. The existing conditions of the site is an oversized lot that contains an existing single-family home that was constructed as a detached garage that was constructed in 1914 and has a detached garage and carport. In the 2001 Dames and Moore study, the site was considered potentially eligible for California Register of Historic Resources and was recorded in the SOFA 2 guidelines as a potential historic resource. In 2019, the property underwent a historic evaluation performed by the city's historic consultant, and the site was determined not individually eligible for listing on the CRHR. The applicant wishes to demolish the existing structures on the site and subdivide the oversized lot into 2 standard lots. The lots would comply with the development standards for lot area and depth, but would require an exception from the minimum lot width. Per the SOFA 2 guidelines, any deviation from the development standards may only be granted through a variance or a home improvement exception. In this case, an HIE application is not applicable to the application type, which is why the variance is the appropriate request to process an application that requests an exception from the development standard. For context, these are photos of the existing site conditions. The main residence is pictured top and center, with the detached garage in figure 9 on the bottom left and the carport in figure 10 on the bottom right. This is a photo of the proposed preliminary parcel map. The new subdivision will create 2 lots that front the Emerson Street. Parcel A, the corner lot, has a proposed lot width of 56 feet, and parcel B, the interior lot, has a proposed lot width of approximately 56.5 feet. Although the preliminary parcel map would require an exception and variance from the minimum lot width, the new lots created would still be considered standard lots and meet the development standards for lot area and depth. Excuse me. The subdivision will also dissolve an oversized lot that exceeds the maximum lot size for the R2 development standards. To be considered a substandard lot, the width would need to be less than 50 feet wide or have a depth that is less than 83 feet long, and have an area that is either less than or equal to 83% of the minimum lot size. The minimum lot size in the R2 district is 6,000 square feet, which equates to a lot size that is 4,980 square feet or less. In the R2, substandard lots are limited to single-story development and a maximum height of 17 feet. Generally, a request for exception from minimum lot frontage would only require a preliminary parcel map with exception. However, as noted earlier, the language in the SOFA 2 guidelines would require a variance for an exception to the development standards. While variances are rare in the city, staff supports the granting of this variance. I would also like to note that at this time, the record of land use action is a work in progress, and staff has continued to fine-tune the language for the variance findings. I believe the PTC will appreciate. So to discuss the findings, we'll go one by one. Finding 1 is because of special circumstances applicable to the subject property, including but not limited to size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, the strict application of the requirements and regulations prescribed in Title 18 substantially deprives such properties of privileges enjoyed by the property in the vicinity and in the same zoning district as the subject site. The subject site is the only oversized lot in the R2 district, and denial of the variance would substantially deprive the site of the opportunity to create a standard lot size that is more compatible with the existing development pattern in the vicinity. As indicated in the table pictured, only 16.7% of the lots comply with the 60-foot width standard within a 500-foot radius. To go back to finding 2, the granting of the application shall not affect substantial compliance with the regulations or constitute a grant of special privileges inconsistent with the limitations upon properties in the vicinity and in the same zoning district as the subject property. Properties in the R2 district are subject to the 60-foot width standard. However, not many properties zoned R2 need to process a variance application to process a preliminary parcel map with exception, except for the 14 R2 properties located within the R2. Per the existing conditions of those 14 lots, only one could be subdivided and still create a standard lot, which is the subject site. The new R2 lots would meet the required lot area and depth while only needing an exception to the 60-foot width standard. The variance application is unique to the site because the circumstances and the outcome cannot be replicated in other properties in the vicinity in the zoning district. Finding 3. The granting of the application is consistent with the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan and the purposes of Title 18 zoning. Additional housing opportunity is encouraged through multiple goals and policies of the city's comprehensive plan. The proposed subdivision complies with all zoning ordinance requirements, other than requiring an exception from the lot width. As an exception or as an extension to the comprehensive plan, the SOFA 2 guidelines also has a policy, specifically H-1, that states that within the SOFA 2 phases 1 and 2, provide for a total of 300 residential units and promote the retention of existing housing units and encourage the development of new housing units throughout the SOFA areas. And lastly, finding 4. The granting of the application will not be detrimental or injurious to the property or improvements in the vicinity and will not be detrimental to public health, safety, general welfare, or convenience. The granting of the application will facilitate the development of 2 standard lots in the R2 that are consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan, housing element, and SOFA 2, that preserves the health and the welfare of the existing neighborhood character and is reflective of the typical lot size in the vicinity. And the granting of the subdivision fosters consistent development pattern within the neighborhood in terms of mass and scale for future residential development. Staff recommends the Planning and Transportation Commission take the following actions, which is to recommend to City Council approval of the preliminary parcel map with exception and variance per the draft record of land use actions, findings, and conditions. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and we do have the applicant here, Khoi Lee, who has prepared a short presentation as well, and is here to answer any questions.
Let me first ask if there are questions of staff before we move to the applicant. Any commissioners have questions for Ms. Condit at this time? Seeing none, we will move to the applicant. You have up to 15 minutes. Welcome.
Also, Mr. Lee, if you do need to share your screen, you should have the ability to do that, but please let us know if you need any assistance.
Perfect. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you, Danielle, for that thorough presentation. As she mentioned earlier, the project location is 181 Addison Avenue. It's in the corner of Emerson and Addison there. And it's an existing R2 lot in the SOFA district. On the existing property, there's a single-story house there, which I'm highlighting right now, and also a detached garage in the center of the property, and also a carport here, and 2 curb cuts, 1 curb cut on Emerson and 1 curb cut on Addison there. The slides you see in front of you is a view from Addison Avenue, which shows the single detached dwelling there, in that corner there, and all the redwood trees there. And along Emerson Avenue, you can see the single-story residence there, and also the curb cut there. What we'd love to do is we'd love to subdivide the lot so that we could have along Emerson, so we have 2 R2 lots, so we can provide a little bit more housing for Palo Alto. Did you folks have any questions? That concludes my presentation.
Questions of the applicant? I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you, Mr. Lee. Stay with us. We're going to go to public comment, and then you'll have an opportunity for final comments rebuttal after that. So we are going to move now to open the floor for public comment. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak on this agenda item. On the Zoom app, there's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, are there public commenters on this agenda item?
Yes, there's currently one hand raised, and that's Rebecca. Okay, so our speaker is Rebecca.
Hey there, it's Rebecca Eisenberg again. First I want to say I fully support this application. And I have 3 quick comments in response to this and the fact that it's before you. First is how interesting that there is an area zoned RH2. I just learned that tonight. I don't know if any of you may have just learned this too. I think that it's super interesting that there is. I think I urge you to consider maybe to recommend as part of your advisory role that there's a study done on RH2 areas in Palo Alto to see how many lots that are zoned for RH2 actually host 2 homes rather than just 1 home like this lot was doing. This would be an analysis I think would be crucial before this commission and helpful for the city council actually before they object to anything like the formerly known as Bill 1120. That was the bill that gave homeowners the right to subdivide or duplex their lots, even in RH1. Opponents to that, I think, unfairly misportrayed that as the death of RH1, when really, in my mind, it gives property owners a little more rights in their land, and that's, while having the impact of increasing housing, in a neighborhood. I think it might be useful for the community to hear that there are actually already RH2 lots in Palo Alto, and that not all of them are actually being used for RH2. I think that might help the community understand a bit more about what it means to put this power and this decision in the hands of the homeowner. 2 other quick things. Second one is this, again, I consider to be like a big waste of highly expensive staff time in the context of some pretty urgent crises. The whole reason for this presentation, 2 presentations, is because Palo Alto continues to have zoning requirements that are completely out of date and inappropriate in this day and age, like minimum frontage space. I mean, there just shouldn't be the concept of a minimum lot size altogether. It's pretty hostile to housing. And we're not in a time that our city can really afford to keep enforcing these outdated rules. Finally, real fast, is that I think I just wanted to react real quickly to the applicant said, oh, the purpose of this is to create more housing in Palo Alto. The purpose is to increase the value in your land, and that's okay. I think it's better to be honest about the purpose, and the purpose is to increase the value. Great. The consequence is more housing, and I thank you for what you're doing. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments. Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, do you have any final remarks that you'd like to make?
I just want to thank Rebecca for her comments there, and she's absolutely right. But being transparent, yes, it is. Actually, it is to make more money and to add more housing, though. That's the end result. But one other thing I just want to say, I just love your closed captioning feature there. I've been reading it all night long.
Thank you. So with that, we will close the public portion of the public hearing and move to commission deliberation. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Can I see a hand? Commissioner Suma, thank you.
I'll go first if no one wants to. I think the fact that this is creating 2 standard lots is very compelling, and that the prevailing pattern in the neighborhood does not include these 60-foot frontages. I'm
आप
inclined,
क्या कर रहे हो?
oh, I'm
And
sorry.
I think you're, if we can mute Ripon, Ben, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Sorry, continue, Commissioner Suma.
I'm sorry, what happened?
Someone was not muted.
Oh,
Go ahead and continue.
sorry. I am inclined, unless I am convinced by concerns of my colleagues, to be in favor of this project. So I'll just kick it off with that.
I'll check.
Hopefully, I'll come in clear here. Most of the time I try to keep my video on, but I'm getting a constant message saying that my connection is unstable. So I'm assuming you can hear me because I can see the subtitles.
A little hard to hear you, but give it a try.
Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. I think staff did a superb job on the packet. I think this is a textbook variance request. I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval of this application. I think for everyone who did their homework, I think it's obvious that sort of discussion probably isn't really necessary. I don't think there's any complicated questions here that we need to navigate. And while I wish we had an opportunity to talk about whether some of our requirements, our minimum requirements, are problematic and outdated, I'm not going to entertain that invitation tonight. But you know, staff ever wants to have a conversation about how minimum lot sizes and frontages play a role in complicating our subdivision and housing process, I'd be happy to do that. So I'm going to hold off on the motion until Chair signals that he's ready for it. But I really do think that we can push this off the table pretty quickly tonight, since staff, again, I think staff did a great job. And this is really why we have the process, is because sometimes things don't add up the way the rules expect them to be, and there's a lot of consistency in that in the neighborhood, and the findings are so easily made there and they're so well articulated. I don't think they need to be repeated.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I'm totally supportive. The irony here is that the existing lot exceeds the zone maximum lot size anyway. So we're actually kind of fixing things. So I wanted to point that out. And it looks like you double checked the historical value. For some odd reason in 2001, it was considered and there was no decision, but you checked it in 19 and are comfortable that it doesn't have historical value. So I'm good with that. Just a question, are there also ADUs allowed on these lots?
Yes, so residential lots do have the opportunity to construct an ADU and a JADU on the site.
Okay, thanks. I'm supportive.
Other commissioners? Vice Chair Rupavar.
I'll start off by saying, like, yes, I am supportive of this. I'm, very grateful that this could bring the potential for 4 additional housing units when you count the ADUs, and then potentially 6 if you count JADU and ADU, if that's permitted here. I do want to encourage us, and I don't want to belabor this, but I do want to encourage us, if when we're saying all the other lots in the area are not conforming to our development standards, we should probably fix our development standards. And so that we don't run into this weird kind of situation where you're taking something that's non-conforming and making it less non-conforming. Because that was the only hurdle that was kind of a bit, persnickety for me. But I am supportive of this because of the, great potential for housing here.
Commissioners who haven't spoken? You don't need to unless you want to. Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I'm supportive of the staff recommendation as well.
Okay, I don't see any. Commissioner Alchek, I see your hand. Let me give my brief comments and then I'll come back around to you. I just have a few. First of all, I noticed in the staff report that this application was filed on December 21st, and here we are about to make a recommendation on March 31st. So I think that's fast. I think that's terrific, and I want to acknowledge staff and my appreciation of them for providing that kind of customer service. Second item is when I look at the aerial, it looks like right now there are 3 structures on this oversized lot. And just a comment, condition 11 from the building division says, all buildings shall be removed, demolished. Now, I understand that that may be the owner's intention, but I think as a city, where our interest is to make sure that there aren't any buildings left that interfere with the new parcel line. And so typically you have to remove anything that is either straddling the line or would invade the setback of the new line. And so it's not clear to me whether the house, I think, clearly is on or over the line, but the other 2 structures I'm not so clear of. So I'd ask staff to look at that. And if not all of the structures need to be removed to have a legally recordable map, then we should tailor that condition to only require removal of the things that are legally required. That was my second point. My third point, and this is actually, I'm going to pick up on something that Ms. Eisenberg mentioned. This R2 zoning is kind of fascinating because what it allows is you can build 2 full-size homes on an R2 zone. They have to be owned by the same owner, but rather than build a full-size home and a 1,200 square foot ADU and maybe a JADU, you could actually build 2 full-size homes. And that, to my mind, adds even more value to the property and, of course, more housing stock for families. And so I'd encourage Mr. Lee to look at that once as you move forward with this, the possibility of really using this property to its full housing potential. And then the final thing I wanted to say is I agree with staff's parcel map reverse findings, with their exception findings, and with their variance findings, and I'm ready to support a motion. Mr. Alchek.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. But before I do, I have to dispute the notion that there would be even more value as an R2. And the reason why is because of the archaic and arcane idea that the same person must own both homes. That essentially removes a right, and nothing is stopping the applicant from continuing to own both parcels and still having 2 homes. But if he wanted to sell one, he can under this application. But if he wanted to sell one of the 2 homes in the R2, he wouldn't be able to. And I think the question is did we need to go through this whole process to subdivide the homes to achieve the goal he had, or could the rule regarding ownership of the 2 homes, could there have been a TIC? Could there have been some arrangement that allowed for the selling of the 2 improvements, if you will, that could have worked? So I agree, R2 is interesting. I'd like to explore some of those guidelines. I'd love for staff to calendar that. I do think the rules regarding R2 are also interesting. So anyways, I'm going to move on. I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval of this application to City Council based on the findings and subject to the condition of approval in the packet, with the slight modification that the condition related to the removal of the structures be looked into by staff and amended if, as Chair Ekman suggested, the lot lines did not intersect with the structures or their proximity in such a way that required removal.
Commissioner Alchek, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Lowing, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I already spoke. Thank you.
Okay. Then does anyone need to speak to this motion? I'm not seeing any hands, so Mr. Nguyen, will you please conduct a roll call vote for the motion on the floor?
Commissioner Olczak,
Yay.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupovar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Condon, I'm sorry, I saw your hand too late. Is there something you wanted to tell us?
Only in regards to the accessory structures, the building department and I believe also the transportation department require those structures to be removed when the removal of the single family dwelling is removed. So that is just something that would take place with the scope of the subdivision.
Thank you for that clarification. So in this situation, all structures do need to be removed, not necessarily because they interfere with the line, but because of other rules. Thank you for that. All right. We will now move on to our next agenda item, which is a study session. And it is a review and discussion of proposed commercial parking enhancements and the draft Palo Alto Parking Action Plan. And we have a staff report.
Thank you, commissioners. We have Nathan Baird from the Office of Transportation. He'll be supported also by Philip Cami, the Director of the Office of Transportation. So I'm going to turn this portion of the meeting over to Philip and to Nathan.
Good evening, commissioners. I'll be leading the presentation and we'll have myself and Philip for questions afterward, and we'll just go from there. Let me wait from the beginning. All right, so we're going to have kind of two topics this evening that really do relate to each other. The proposed commercial enhancements that we're kicking off discussion about this evening, and we'll be engaging a lot of community folks' input and feedback over, this spring and summer, are specific to University Avenue and Cal Avenue parking districts. But the draft Palo Alto Parking Action Plan is staff's kind of commitment to be transparent about our parking strategies, implementation strategies for moving forward on our parking work plan and those 35 recommendations that have been previously made. So we'll be continuing to make updates on those work plan, but the draft Palo Alto Parking Action Plan is how we'll be kind of discussing our strategies moving forward as we continue to make progress on those recommendations. On this slide, we've just got an overview of the parking planning efforts that have been taking place in the city over the last few years. Many of the RPP programs are fairly new, though we have had some around for a little bit. The RPPs are all set up individually. There are 6 different RPP programs. And then our commercial districts are set up differently and operate differently as well. And those are in, again, University Avenue and Cal Ave. 2016 and 2017, we did a lot of study and community engagement about potential ways of moving forward in the downtown. That's pretty well documented and online. What we're talking about now are the potential to do some sort of commercial pilot to advance some of those ideas. 2018 and 2019, we did an RFP to get a permit and citation management company on board, Duncan Solutions. It's a switch from who was previously helping us, SP Plus. SP Plus remains on board to help us do valet, but Duncan is taking over the role of our permit citation management system. To help us secure some cost savings this past year, we left SP Plus early, and staff have been managing some of the district's permit and citation management while we're rolling the online system online. So College Terrace and Crescent Park have received online permit portals back in the fall. Southgate and Old Palo Alto RPP districts receive their permit portals, online permit portals tomorrow in time for March 3rd resuming of enforcement. And then later this year and into next year, we'll be rolling out license plate recognition in the districts. This will really help us have a better view of how individual blocks and zones in each of the districts are affected by different parking impacts. Previously, all our RPPs have required specific study to figure out what the issues were and help us scope out what's needed to address them. The real benefit of moving to license plate recognition is the ability to monitor those conditions nearly in real time over the course of a year, so that we can start to understand if one of the programs is not working as desired. We can address that over time. Back to the commercial districts, we've documented in those previous studies some real parking pain points. Chief among them is that peak parking demand pressures are not very well managed by our current systems. This leads to traffic congestion and unsatisfactory customer and visitor experiences at those peak times. So folks who are aware of Palo Alto pre-COVID understand that, like at lunch and during the dinner hours, it was very hard to find parking in our commercial areas. And while COVID has had a huge impact on that, we do expect those peak parking times to continue to not be well served by our current system. And furthermore, we expect those peak parking demand pressures might change as employees' office trips change, travel trips change, and as our economy continues to adjust and kind of adapt to the current systems. The other key point to know is that we've really managed the business district's peak parking demands by with employee permit allocations. Over time, we've learned that there's a 60% show rate overall, which has helped us to sell a few more permits sometimes in specific locations. But again, any individual hour or day could be different. And we do expect moving forward into the future, event-based type things might have more of an impact on parking demand than individual office workers showing up 40 to 60 hours a week in the downtown. So we could see shifts in that. And what we're proposing are some ideas that were first mentioned in the previous parking studies. And we'll kind of I'll talk a little bit about how, new ways of approaching our current commercial parking might help solve some of these issues. The other thing that happens is our rates are very static. Visitors and customers must choose between a 2 or 3 hour free parking stay or ramp up very quickly to a $25 fee for a daily permit. And so there are some options for us to consider for someone who wanted to stay just for 4 or 5 hours and have an alternative to the $25 daily fee. Or potentially if there are employees who have odd shift hours or who don't need to be in the downtown or in Cal Ave for a whole day or 5 days a week, potentially some sort of hourly rate could better serve them than having to purchase a reservation permit that's good for 6 months or a year that gives them access every day. So we'll talk about how that could be addressed. Back to the kind of larger parking action plan that I've been mentioning previously, we really are trying to be more transparent, prioritize community engagement and how we move forward. And so we'll be documenting online on the city's new website our current parking implementation strategies. We'll be updating regularly about opportunities for feedback as we go through this process. We're really wanting to adopt a data-driven approach to parking management so that our parking system can adapt to changing parking demands in different locations of the city appropriately. We're also really wanting to center customer experiences and feedback as our current parking programs have both residents, employees, businesses, and visitors are all have different needs and different user experiences are experienced. So we want to continue to be able to deliver specific parking options and parking permit options to different types of users who may have different needs. We're also wanting to prioritize fiscal and environmental sustainability. So, we know now that, all our parking programs really do influence each other. but we've got to update and move them forward individually. And so, we've done a lot of work over the last year involving in kind of conversations about how we might improve the RPPs. This effort right now is kicking off a conversation about how to improve the commercial experience in particular. And then that environmental sustainability is just a nod to the fact that parking is a real fundamental tool in addressing traffic congestion and trip behavior. And we really want to start moving forward to a program that can help us take advantage of those opportunities for TDM tie-ins and other types of benefits. I want now to just take we've got a few slides here now that kind of summarize our current parking implementation strategies. This is more of a global look, so folks can kind of get an idea of all the various efforts staff are involved in. So these are 5 of our current parking implementation strategies. These are how the staff are moving forward on implementing those recommendations that were put forward in the MRG plan. And we're presenting this to the PTC because the PTC is in the work plan a key partner in helping staff understand and prioritize community engagement. But also, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. But again, these are our strategies for moving forward on all those work plan items. So, at the top, we're continuing to work on residential preferential parking improvements and community engagement efforts. We've had a request for monthly resident focused meetings, and I'm noting here that we're good with that, and we'll continue to do that. We'll also have focus groups and customer survey options for that. We're also developing strategies to decrease the number of employee permits sold in the downtown and Evergreen Park Mayfield RPP districts in favor of encouraging employees to utilize the public garages and lots. And then we're also interested in developing virtual permit options for RPP customers, and there'll be more on that over the next couple of months that we will be discussing with the public. The other major effort we're taking on right now is just resuming our normal operations and permit sales cycles as soon as possible. So on-street enforcement in commercial and residential districts is going to resume on May 3rd. Off-street enforcement in the garages and lots will continue to be on pause until the state and county COVID-19 color tiered restrictions have been rescinded. After those have been rescinded, we'll make an announcement and restart the sales and then move forward from there. The other big effort that's happening with City Council's approval in February of automated license plate reader for the RPPs is we'll be moving forward with that contract, making the order for the equipment that's needed, installing that equipment, and then working with our consultant partners to update our program permit and citation system. So the LPR is expected to be enforced in select districts beginning as soon as fall 2021 and winter 2020 through winter 2022. Subsequent permit cycles are where we'll be doing our initial parking availability data to be collected. Following that, we'll engage community folks in understanding of that data and how it affects their experience of their RPP districts. Another effort here, and this is kind of on top, part of one of our larger topics that we're wanting to discuss this evening, is that we're hoping to develop and pilot new commercial parking regulation options. These could potentially include mobile payment, virtual payments, or hourly performance pricing rates in select popular locations. I've got a couple slides down from here that will explain a little bit how performance pricing rates work and how that could be an advantage for Palo Alto's commercial districts. So this spring, we're doing some initial community engagement. We'll be looking at the municipal code to look at what types of changes there would need to be made to come forward with some sort of pilot option. And then in May, I'll be bringing back to PTC community engagement update on results of the queries that we'll be doing and the listening that we'll be doing. We also have Cal Poly Pomona urban and regional planning students involved in a parking data mapping exercise for us, and they'll bring that to us in May as well. The other piece of this is just this is, these comprehensive parking implementation strategies will be online as part of the parking action plan, which will be a living document on the city website. We're going to be using the site to center and cultivate community engagement with and ownership of the city's ongoing parking implementation strategies. We'll have there our scheduled milestones, opportunities for feedbacks, and regular monthly staff updates. All right, so now we're going to transition back to performance pricing. And performance pricing is really about charging the right price to manage peak parking demand effectively, to ensure destinations in our commercial areas have parking availability nearby, and to offer parkers flexibility for varied lengths of stay and different types of parking needs, whether those be daily, monthly, or annually. It's really about setting a pricing policy instead of specific static prices. I've got Seattle here as an example, but it's not the only city that does this, but it's a good example because it's a little bit easier. It's a little bit easier with Seattle's program to wrap your head around what it means. So in Seattle, they have curb meter prices in their different commercial areas. It's not throughout the city. It's not in the residential districts. This is just in the commercial areas. The curb meter prices there are different in the morning, midday, and in the evening based on previous occupancy levels that have been observed. They also have minimum and maximum price limits per hour are set so that no one's going to be caught off guard potentially at what the maximum price would be. And then the rates are reviewed regularly. So right now you can see that most of the city has 50 cents an hour, which is their cheapest price for parking. And that would just be reflective of the pandemic that's been going on. So all these prices have dropped to their very lowest while folks are working from home in Seattle. But you can see that that one area in blue in the middle, that's $1.50 an hour in the morning. That rate actually drops in the midday and evening as the few office essential workers go home and don't need to stay there as late, and the curb becomes more available there. Another example that I have here is from Redwood City. In Redwood City, monthly prices vary by garage and how late into the evening the parking is needed. So, they've got here this Marshall garage. It costs different based on how long you need to stay there regularly into the evening. So it's a little bit cheaper for you if you only need to stay till 7 p.m. But if you want to stay into the evening, then it's a little bit more expensive. And again, this is just reflective of setting pricing policies to prioritize parking availability at different times or under different pressures in the city. For Palo Alto, we've got a few different options for moving forward with a potential commercial pilot that take advantage of existing contracts and existing services. Some of these will have to do some more work to figure out how to move forward. But we are just kind of scoping out right now what the options are, working to engage the public and understanding what these options are. And then we'll be developing some different programmatic options for Finance Committee to weigh in on and for PTC to weigh in on as well. So at the top, hourly time extension rates, basically these can be considered a pay to stay model. So these would, once our 2 and 3 hour restrictions in the commercial districts resume, an hourly time extension rate would allow people to affordably stay an extra hour or two beyond the free parking time, 3 or 4 or 5 hours, but not have to pay all the way up to $25 unless they're staying there the whole day. And so, a third or fourth hour could cost, $2 or $3 more to stay, and that could ramp up such that the longer stay is $25 and still stay within, some of the existing parameters. The other option is to engage some of the private sector in mobile options for us to have hourly time rates at popular locations. So right now, if you visited downtown, for example, we know that there are particular lots or blocks, curb street blocks, or even some of the lots that are much harder to find a spot in than others. So these locations would be prime locations to put out an RFI for private sector partners to help us bring hourly time rates to these locations. The advantage of hourly time rates in the most popular locations is it helps with turnover. It helps people find a spot in these locations if they really want it, but it also helps orient customers to where our parking supply is, that it's cheaper as well. So folks, who are able to see, oh, this block has spaces available, but it's $1. There are garages and lots where, there's 2 and 3 hours free. It helps people, see that 50 cent an hour charge. That would be, where we would start, and then agree to pay that rate, or, be able to find where we still have free parking available for them. So it helps orient folks that want to save the money on parking, find that supply that's already existing. It also gives us, we could also, with these types of vendors, get more flexibility with our employee permit allocations. So in our garages and lots, as we move forward with technology in places like CalAV Garage, we'll be able to monitor, how full the garages are getting, and be able to offer different types of, discounts or other sorts of customer validation and programs to give customers options as they come into these areas. The other great thing about charging an appropriate price for commercial parking is that it does allow us to do TDM tie-ins like guaranteed ride homes, and eventually, parking cash out type programs are much easier for employers to put in place when, the city is really helping to create the market for parking, to create reasonable pricing. It allows the private sector and their private resources of parking to better navigate our locale. In terms of process, we'll be determining a pilot approach in coordination with stakeholders. We'll be seeking consistent or a similar solution in both the downtown and CalAV commercial areas. We're hoping to provide a predictable parking experience that's easy to understand and navigate. We're hoping to secure ongoing data collection in the commercial districts. So while the LPR has been approved for the RPP districts and we'll have good data there, we will need to use technology or technology partners to secure the data that we would need to move forward. But that data really is integral in terms of being able to make decisions that reflect what can be really changing daily parking demand situations. Part of this conversation will continue at City Council in May, but focused on the CalAV commercial parking district in particular. We did bring some employee demand location proposals to council late last year, and council decided they wanted us to do a little bit more engagement. So we're currently conducting that stakeholder feedback, but we'll also be wrapping into some of the proposals, some of the ideas and feedback that we'll be getting globally about the commercial parking districts. In terms of how we'll be working through this, today is our initial discussion. We had an initial discussion with CalAV stakeholders this past Monday, but we'll have some more opportunities in the near future. PTC will all be back in May with our Cal Poly Pomona students to display some of our parking data that they've been mapping for us. We'll be developing more spelled out, more specific commercial pilot options for the Finance Committee. And then we'll bring it to PTC to review review some pilot recommendations before we would finally go to council if all goes as well and as planned. So again, the recommendation, we're asking for feedback on the planned commercial parking enhancements in University Avenue and California Avenue, those options that we laid out earlier, but also feedback on the parking action plan and our community engagement approach is also appreciated. So again, the key discussion topics that we're looking for feedback and input on: the commercial pilot options on hourly time extension, performance pricing, feedback on our current parking implementation strategies. So you can go back to those 5 strategies that the license plate recognition, the developing the parking action plan approach for online, all of that we appreciate feedback and input on for this study session. That concludes the staff presentation. Philip and I are here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baird, for that comprehensive report. Before we go to public comment on this study session item, I want to find out if there are any commissioners that have questions of staff. Commissioner Chang.
Hi, yeah, so I just wanted to ask a big picture question, which is regarding the prioritization. So I know there's 35 items, and then there's, I think it was 5 or so things that are prioritized. And I'm wondering, was that prioritization, how was it created? And also with the remaining, 35 items, is difficult to understand what the relative priority of all those items were. Plus, it occurred to me as I'm looking at it that some of those items seem to be really low hanging fruit potentially that would actually deeply impact some of those prioritized 5 items. So I just wanted some background and context for how this was all done.
Sure, and I'll ask Philip to step in and fill in any gaps that I miss. But essentially, in 2018, parking consultant brought 35 recommendations that would be helpful for us moving forward. The following year, those were put into lumps in terms of what sort of feedback and process is needed to move forward on those items. So the prioritization that happened is that they were broken up into 3 groups. The first group are items that the city manager can move forward on as we're able to. The middle chunk are items that we need to engage the PTC and the public in. One of those items was specifically about whether we wanted to create a some steering committee groups specifically of residents and stakeholders, or alternatively present to the PTC directly. We're essentially moving forward with both options in the sense that we'll be engaging, our stakeholders, residents, businesses, employees, employers. We'll be engaging all stakeholders, taking in all that input, and also coming back to PTC regularly as well. And we'll be using the website to talk folks through how we're moving forward. So the prioritization is really about process, and the PTC's kind of real key prioritization was the community engagement piece on these tasks, and giving us feedback on how we move forward with these ideas. The parking action plan that we presented is staff strategy for kind of moving forward as many of those recommendations as possible. So yeah, some of the recommendations are less important than others. And then finally, you weren't here last March, but last March we came forward and talked about of the recommendations that PTC had kind of responsibility for giving us feedback on. Parking availability was kind of the key one that helps us pick up a lot of the other ones. And that's why staff moved forward with presenting LPR as a technology that could really help us move forward a lot of those items. So as we move forward with LPR, a lot of the other items will get picked up as we transition to the capabilities that license plate recognition gives us in terms of understanding the parking data and the parking trends in the city. I hope that answers your question, but let me know if you have any follow-up or if maybe I've just made it more confusing.
Thank you. other commission questions of staff before public comment? All right, I see no hands, so we will now open the floor for public comments on this study session item. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for this item?
Yes, we do have two raised hands. Our first speaker is Carol, then followed by Nielsen. Carol has a presentation for us, which Medina will put up on the screen for us. Thank you, Medina. Okay, Carol, whenever you're ready.
All right. I want to be sure that I'm not muted. Good. All right. So I am a resident of Evergreen Park, and I'm going to be speaking this evening only for Evergreen Park, not for Mayfield or downtown. We are the only 3 areas in the city with RPPs that currently have all-day employee parking permits assigned to us. So mostly I would love to talk about the pricing experiment, but I don't think I will have time given the abbreviated allocation. But I will speak to a little background that I would like you to keep in mind when you think about the parking action plan. We could have our next slide, please. So first of all, I want you to understand what is happening here. And I have some photographs for you. So first of all, I want you to understand these are parking lots and garages, and they are municipally owned in the California Avenue District. This is where commercial parking should be. That is why we built them. That's why we built a brand new garage. This is where you maximize that. And what happens in these lots is parking. You can have the next slide, please. These are residential streets in Evergreen Park, and I don't know if any of you have ever been to Evergreen Park or not, but I'd be happy to give you a tour if you are interested. You can see that primarily they are single-family homes, and here is a picture of Pierce Park, which you would have seen earlier, except we were unable to manage that. In residential streets, this is where you minimize traffic, you minimize air pollution, and you maximize the safety and the quality of life here. In these areas, yes, people do park, but they also have vendors who come to visit. You have to put your trash cans out on the street. And I would love to show you a picture, which I have, of one street in California, in Evergreen Park now, where 2 homes are being built or rebuilt, and there is not an inch of parking to be had because of the construction crews. Things happen in residential areas that don't happen in parking lots. Next slide, please. Our neighborhood looks a lot like College Terrace, and that's why when we originally proposed the RPP, we asked to be annexed to College Terrace. It's right across the street from us, and Evergreen Park was mentioned in the Stanford allocation that funded College Terrace to begin with. But as you can see in College Terrace, there is no employee parking there. Next, please. These are commercial streets, and you'll see one in Cambridge. There's one on Park Boulevard. But interestingly enough, you'll see at the all-day, no all-day parking here slide. These are office buildings, but you're not allowed to have employee parking there. It's 2 hours only. Next slide. This is a residential street. In fact, it's the Pierce Park residential street. But interestingly enough, because of the way the rules are set now, employees can park all day right along Pierce Park, which I suggest is not really a very good strategy to have for a park. Next slide, please.
Scott, if you can wrap up, please.
I'm going to give it a try, but we're a little slow getting the slides. Could I have the next slide, please? Though it's consistent with I don't believe this is the very next one, but that's all right. Consistent with Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan, we encourage commercial enterprise, but not at the expense of residential neighborhoods. And as you'll see, what you can look forward, lastly, is the College Terrace language in its ordinance, which talks about the difficulties of motor vehicle traffic, noise, and pollution in quality of life in neighborhoods. Next one, please, and I believe we will do this. So that's it. We skipped one of the slides that showed what it looks like for 150 cars, which is the maximum that the city can now send into the Evergreen Park neighborhood. I suggest that there is no need to send 150 cars to my neighborhood. Commercial parking does not belong in the residential neighborhood, and the standard for commercial parking there should be 0. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker is Nielsen.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to ask a process question. The agenda stated we would have 5 minutes to speak. Most of us had planned a longer presentation. In fact, we asked our front neighbors not to participate so we could make one coherent 5-minute presentation. To my knowledge, I'm the last speaker and you're ahead of schedule.
Mr. Buchanan, you're right. Our agenda does indicate that typically we allow 5 minutes. I do have the prerogative to reduce it to 3, but I did that in part tonight because I didn't know, I anticipated we might have very many speakers for this item. I did allow Ms. Scott to go to nearly 5 minutes, and so I will allow you the same privilege. So that you can present what it sounds like is the entire presentation that you had intended.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The clock will be reset to 5 minutes so I can pace myself.
Yeah, we'll work on that. There you go.
Thank you. First of all, the main topic of tonight is the pricing program. And I'd like to deal with that up front. I think that's just a terrific idea. I've had the opportunity to get to know the Office of Transportation staff, and they're moving the wet noodle along very well. But what I'd like to talk about is the bigger picture. I believe that we need to make change based on accountability, compromise, and data. And fortunately, we have an Office of Transportation that's composed primarily of transportation professional engineers, and they are very good at data. Unlike planning, which much more is an art rather than a science, but most of the transportation issues reduce themselves to good science and data. So I want to bring that value forward because it establishes a new working relationship with the Planning Commission and the Council. So let me deal with remarks I made earlier. There's not 35, but there are at least 45 stars in the constellation that would probably pull together a fairly decent transportation plan to address parking and traffic. And I go back to my earlier comments. What we really need you to conclude today is give the go button to the pricing program, but call in all the other loosely formed 40-something reforms that we've been talking about ad nauseum for 11 years, off and on. I think if we had a good study sessions to pull together, I think what Commissioner Chang, I'm sorry, the new commissioner that I don't know whose name is, I've never talked to her, but I thought she made the most succinct remarks that you really need to understand how all those things fit together and how they will be funded and how a small but capable engineering staff could pull them off. Let me give you a little orientation. Sad but true, I doubt if any citizen knows the parking situation in the 2 commercial cores in the neighborhoods more than I do. I have spent an unhealthy amount of time monitoring all of that stuff. In fact, I can map the parking situation quicker than anybody in town, including the consultants that you want to bring in. I'll take that challenge if you want to issue it to me. But let me tell you, both commercial cores do not have a long all-day problem with parking peaking. The peaking occurs between about 10:30 and 1:30, not 5 days a work week, but a few days a week. Every mayor that I've worked with that had sat in the corner office of City Hall could look out the window to Cowper Webster Garage and see that the top floor has never been occupied. So that's an awfully good example. The fact that the city hasn't been managing its own public parking assets. And I could go into more detail, but nothing's more visible. I often thought about buying binoculars for every mayor, but the problem now is they put solar panels on top of Cowper Webster Garage and you can't monitor it from the mayor's office, but we can. What we really need to do is take stock of what's worked in the past and what hasn't worked. And another example of what really hasn't worked. To kick off downtown RPP, the city started its negotiation with the neighbors to asking permission to give the city manager authority to issue 2,000 non-resident permits. It was so egregious of an offer, we residents just agreed to it. It was totally unreasonable, totally unengineered. And I think Philip will acknowledge, and so will Nathan, that the city has never issued that many non-resident permits when they were absolutely unlimited. So rather than worrying about the past, the really opportunity to go forward is the 35 to 40 options we have. Put them into an array with practical funding. It'll take 3 to 5 years to implement them. Tonight, I hope you ask Nathan and Philip, how long would it take to go from trial pricing to implementation in 4 commercial cores? I'm very enthusiastic about what I've been told today about the pricing program. And I'll close early with one comment. We residents and interested citizens got the staff report basically late last Friday afternoon. Most of us had something to do over the weekend, but we pulled together, looked at the report, got 5 or 6 residents together and said, what is this thing? Well, the truth of the matter is we'd have been a lot more informed if we had this PowerPoint presentation that Nathan and Philip just presented. That would have answered not all, but most of the questions that we pondered over all weekend. So let me close on the fact that staff reports could be a whole lot better by not withholding essential information that I suspect staff had all this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen, and thank you to our public commenters. I'm going to bring it back to the commission now for our discussion. So this is a study session item, and staff is looking for feedback, and so that will not need to take the form of a motion, but rather they're looking for direction. And so individual concerns and thoughts of the commission will be appreciated. So who'd like to lead off? Thank you, Commissioner Lowey.
Okay, yeah, thanks. It's quite interesting. Commissioner Chang used the exact same words that happen to be at the top of my page, which is that I wanted to start today with some big picture questions, and then maybe in the next round, move into some more detail. I really respect the idea that you all are proposing of an extraordinarily comprehensive analysis on the proposed scope of this, which is massive, on how to substantially improve our very serious parking and congestion issues. So first of all, thanks for that. I simultaneously get concerned about staff resources to get all this thing done and the elapsed time it's going to take to have an effect on the streets, and a lot of questions about how such a really complicated pricing program, which is changing, pricing changing all the time in practice, will be able to be managed by staff, assuming that it's understood by drivers, which is one of my questions. So, I mean, I just want to raise the question for all this effort. I'm wondering if we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. So 2 things. One, first of all, as you kind of move forward here, I'd really like to see you document the key goals of your analysis with the intended outcomes. And knowing that all this analysis will take time. Secondly, I hope you can tell us what you can do now to address some of the problems while this thing is moving forward. So I'd love to see from all this, I'm gonna give you some examples of, what are the top 5 goals, the next 3 and so on, that for the effort that gets invested is on the highest priorities. So we know that we're getting a big bang for our buck. So in the staff report, as I'm reading through it, I found it hard to realize or figure out what you think the biggest priorities are. So I just want to go over some of those, which were on your slides as well. But on page 43, first of all, you obviously talk about doing a development pricing-based commercial pilot. So I'm not sure if that was a goal or just an overall view. And at the bottom, you talk about the city's parking goals, but then you don't actually name them. So that was a little confusing. So then when I get over to 45 and 6, I understand you calling them implementation strategies and not goals. So I grant that. But a couple of them actually look like they could be goals. I mean, number one, bullet point 2, if this is really what you want as a goal, to decrease the number of employment permits sold in downtown and Evergreen Park, that would be a specific goal that you could itemize. So, and then you also have some sub goals there. And then, but on 47, you jump to new revenue streams from parking, and reference that $25 a day fee. So I'm just wondering why that's such a big thing. It tends to weave through the staff report. I'm not sure why revenue maximization is a top goal if it is. So I'd like to ask that question. Obviously, you heard from Evergreen Park and Downtown North residents that they don't really want that, particularly Evergreen doesn't want any commercial permits there because there aren't any commercial businesses. So anyway, I'd like to have that clarified. And then let's come back to, of the midst of, as Mr. Buchanan said, of the 45 things, what can we work on now, like to reduce the congestion? We don't want to wait for winter of 2022 for license plate readers. So wayfinding signs to direct drivers to the parking lots. PTC thought that was a great idea in 17, and here we are. Crank up the commercial fees, crank up the fines for parking. So we'd like to see that as well, as in parallel to this big massive study. What can we do in the short term to make some progress? So I'll stop there, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Before while I wait for another commissioner to raise their hand, let me just ask what I think is what I intend to be a clarifying question of Mr. Baird. So my impression of reading through the staff report and what staff was asking for is really, you were looking for a fairly focused feedback on a fairly focused set of concepts. And those appear on page 47 to 48, the pilot hourly rates, hourly time extension option, and customer-centric approaches. And it was to be that focus rather than sort of the breadth of the whole parking work plan. And if that's to be the case, I'd like you to make that clear so that our commissioners can at least address those issues in addition to whatever else they want to say on the overall parking work plan. Mr. Baird?
Sure. So just in terms of what we're looking for, I'll start with that, Bart, and then I'll revisit Ed's comments and questions. But we really are looking at taking in input and feedback on any of these. Really, we have a global parking system that we're trying to make progress on, but it has a number of specific components that need to be addressed separately. And so yes, you're right when you say there is a bit of there's a lot covered, very kind of maybe not in much depth in our staff report, but that's because there are so many different components to this. But we do really want feedback on kind of how we're approaching this globally, in particular related to how we're engaging the public in these various conversations. And so that's why, I've spent a lot of time in the presentation talking about the parking action plan, referring back to those recommendations and that work plan that we're working through. And then in addition to that, the global approach, we really do need feedback from all the districts, from various different stakeholders on their understanding of what we're proposing and how we would move forward. But also specifically about the commercial options, those 3 options that I've delineated do give us, to Ed's questions, options for moving forward in a manner that we can test them and then scale them as appropriate, or even make adjustments to them before we scale later. And so that's why, hourly time extensions has been identified as a way forward for us, because folks already understand in both of the commercial districts that you've got 2 or 3 hours free. And our businesses love being able to advertise those 2 or 3 hours free. But if we could add some technology tools to give customers the ability to stay an extra hour, that's a positive move forward in terms of, you know, getting a tech partner to collect data for us on occupancy rates, getting people's minds wrapped around paying for an hourly rate, but in a specific location that, you know, needs that intervention more soon than others probably would. And so, you know, it's recognizing the fact that we have a global parking system with, you know, with the RPPs and the commercial districts, but they relate to each other really specifically. And so if the RPPs, because we'll be able to monitor the RPPs soon, because we don't have a lot of parking impacts right now, now really is a good time to kind of test our way forward in the commercial realm in a very specific, small-scaled way to start, and then utilize the data that we'll be getting in to make adjustments and to tweak our approaches. In terms of, I think I've started to answer some of Ed's questions about the comprehensive approach and you know, the idea that we really want to document our goals too. Our goals are reflected currently on the website and some summary documents about the parking action plan. And that's where we talk about, you know, staff goals of being transparent, addressing some of Nielsen Buchanan's repeated critiques of staff's understanding of the data. So we want to be able to kind of reflect back to the public, you know, our understanding of what's happening with better data over time. And again, scoping out a commercial pilot, getting some community engagement both before and during is really, I think, a good way forward for us, because the topic is complicated. There are a lot of different components, and sort of experiencing it in a small location first, and doing community engagement as we experience it is really a good way forward for us to kind of test the waters and move forward in a way that makes sense. We're not in a rush to do this. We want to take advantage of resources that we have available right now, and the particular lack of parking demand that really helps us start the pricing at a very low rate so that folks can understand when there's not demand, it's low, and then we can kind of adjust things over time. I'm trying to see if I missed any other. Oh, and then the wayfinding and the goal is another way that we're moving forward. We expect Public Works to bring back to council before the end of this year the project to add automated parking guidance systems to a few of the garages downtown, so that that project and that priority is still moving forward too. And I'll actually make sure that I add that to the list of the implementation strategies in progress on the website, so that folks can know that that is still an important way that we're moving forward on these recommendations.
Emma, did you have something to add?
Yeah, if I could just add to that a bit, and thanks, Nate. That was great. I just want to make sure that to provide clarification, because I think there's a little bit of quite frankly, Nate's report tonight has a lot in it. It's a lot of different programs, a lot of different areas, all relating to parking, which are interrelated, but also have some things that are not necessarily related in some regards. So not that they're not related, but not directly related. And one of those is this proposal for a commercial pricing pilot is really for the commercial zones only. It's not meant to be in the RPPs. So just to make sure that that's clear. And then the other issue is noting that right now in our commercial zones, we really have only a couple options. We have either you park for 2 or 3 hours free, which is depending on where you are, it's either 2 hours or 3 hours free, or you buy a $25 per day permit. And so what we're really talking about is the period in between that, where, you know, people don't really have an option. Maybe they're staying for 3 hours, but the only parking available to them is a 2-hour parking. So they need to go out, they need to move their car after, you know, the second hour to somewhere else so that they're not in violation, or maybe they have to do 4 hours or something. And I think this is a time where we're actually going to see that happen more, with people doing more flexible hybrid work schedules. And apologies, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties, so I hope you're all hearing me. I'm frozen on my screen. Okay,
We are.
great.
We are.
So I think part of what we're trying to do is adjust our what we consider our really inflexible current system and create more flexible options. Okay, great. Neat's texting me that I'm not frozen. So we're trying to make sure that we have more options available. The real goal of commercial pricing for parking is to maximize our parking inventory. So it's really to make sure that we're getting the full utilization of that, whether that's turnover or not artificially forcing a car to move in the middle of the day if they don't need to. If they want to pay for that spot, they potentially could stay in that spot. So I think that's really what we're hoping to do, is not cause extra pollution, congestion, or confusion. So I know it's, and to answer your other question about the confusion of the varying pricing, I think, it could start off really simple. I mean, pricing strategy could be, it increases by $1 each hour you stay there after the free period or something like that. So it could be really clear. But what we're going to end up start getting through this, when it becomes a full-blown program, is really good data. So we can find out, hey, is this street, if you don't get there by 7 a.m., that street is filled up and you can never park there. And is that what we want to have happen on that street? Or is it in front of a Starbucks where they want to see customers come in and out, and they've got like an employee that's parking there all day? So maybe we want to charge more money and try and get that turnover to happen. So that's really the consideration that, we're kind of torn between in that.
Commissioner Lowing, I didn't mean to jump your question. So before I go to Commissioners Templeton and then Suma, I want to make sure that they didn't forget, because I interfered, any of the questions you had asked.
No, that's fine. As I said, that's just the big picture item. But I also said at the beginning that I totally support you doing this. I'm very enthusiastic about it. I just want to have in parallel, knowing what are the higher priorities. And then with the point that you just raised, Philip, I'm just very respectful of you guys, testing all these things. And I don't think you need a lot of detailed input from us as to which ones you should test. I mean, you guys are the pros on this. So, and I absolutely agree with the last thing you just said, which is, and you stated in a very nice, simple way of just, we got to have more than just two ways of pricing. So let's sort of, keep it simple. One of the things I saw, that said, we want to encourage visitors to commercial districts to go to the garage instead of circling around. That's a nice, simple goal, and that's what we should be focused on. So I encourage all the testing you want to do, if you've got the time, and let's get some stuff done in the interim. That's all I was saying at my highlight questions here. Thanks, Chair Heckman.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm sort of struggling to stay connected to this meeting. I was wondering if I could quickly share some comments, and then I'm going to try to probably find a different way to connect. And if I can't, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to continue. Would it be possible if I could quickly comment on this item and then exit?
Commissioners
in an effort-
Templeton and Suma, I hope you won't object to our temporarily technically challenged commissioner jumping the line. Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, so I'll be brief. I want to acknowledge Mr. Buchanan. I was a very green commissioner when he first invited me to his home, I think back in 2013. And I really, it was clear then that he was very invested in this process, and I'm sure staff that has worked with him or appreciates his feedback, because he is a source of expertise. And I hope you are still on the call and you've heard that. I value almost every comment you make on these topics. I think that we have a lot of sort of new membership here, and what I'm hoping is that in the long run there'll be this opportunity for us to continue to dive into these topics. I think my main comment for the purpose of tonight is that I would suggest that I found the hourly time extension option to be the most provocative. I definitely think there's benefit to engaging with an outside partner, right, who would provide technology that could allow us to go in multiple directions. And if I understood the information right, that is an option with the hourly time extension, program. That those technologies that would theoretically be put in place for an hour for that option to work, we could then pivot if we wanted to with that technology. I also think that, I know we've had this conversation in the past that sometimes 2 hours isn't sufficient to encourage the sort of extra time our restaurant, customers could potentially use when coming and going to, frequent the many retail establishments that are on their way, that are doing their best with their, windows to attract customers. So there's definitely, we've had the conversation before on this commission about whether the 2 hours should be extended to 3 hours, in general. And I would suggest that this system, with using technology to give people the opportunity of extending their stay in a particular spot, would do just that. It would give us the opportunity of addressing that issue while also telling us how many people are doing that and to what extent there's demand for it, and would give us technology partnership that might lead to potential pay for parking, hourly rate sort of option if we decided to pursue it. I'm generally in the camp that we should be charging for parking. But I also believe that our local retailers will probably not be excited about that. And so I think this is a good middle ground. I don't love fee validations. I think that I think it sort of encourages I just think it creates I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to get into it specifically. I feel like I don't know if I'm even coming in clearly right now. I keep getting this pop up, but I would just say I'm not excited about that option. That would be the last of the three options. And I guess my final statement would be, I'd love to know if there's a community locally, and when I say locally, I'd accept anything that's within 50 miles that is doing the hourly time extension program, because I've never encountered that until the packet, and I'd love to drive there and just see, like, what does that look like? Or maybe I could even, maybe you can, if I knew if there was a community that was doing it, I could look up their, chatter, if you will, to see if there are conversations about it and its efficacy. So those are my comments. I'm going to try to reconnect to continue to participate, but that's it for now.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Alchek. So it's 8 o'clock, and just to let the commission know, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get through a first round of commission comments and questions here. We have hands raised by Commissioners Templeton, Suma, and Chang. And then after we do that, then we'll take a brief break. Unless anyone needs a break now, then they can let me know and we'll break now.
Apologies, Chair Heckman. If possible, just to give a quick response. I don't know if we still have our commissioner with us as he's having technical difficulties, but just a quick response to that question, because others might be interested about where other agencies or whether other cities have that opportunity to extend. It's actually available in quite a few cities in the Bay Area. It's available in Oakland, Berkeley, San Francisco. If you use Park Mobile or one of those types of applications, you'll get a notification on your phone that says, hey, do you want to extend your time? So that's an example of it. A lot of times those places don't have 2 hours free, which would be the uniqueness that we would have in ours, but it's not totally unique to Palo Alto and having some free time before paying for parking.
If I may, just on the technical difficulties, I feel like there's been some commissioners and also some staff who've had issues with their technology today. And I just wanted to remind everyone that there is a phone number you can call in if a commissioner or a staff person does need to switch to phone. If you can email myself or Vin to let us know, And when you call in, if you can use *9 to raise your hand, we can promote you to be a panelist. I know it's not the same as the video, but if for some reason you can't connect by video, you can just use your, I guess it's not old fashioned, it's probably a cell phone, but your old fashioned phone technology to join the meeting. That's all.
Right. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say to Mr. Baird, thank you for giving us an update. It feels like it has been about a year since you came on board and told us what you were planning to work on, and then everything changed. So it's really exciting to see that you've used that time to do some analysis and planning and come up with some really creative ideas. So thank you for that. And also thank you to Mr. Kami for hiring for this role, because it's really quite a luxury to have someone thinking about this problem full time. So I am very interested in these pilots, and to Commissioner Alczak's points, I have experienced these. And I think a lot of us, if you think about like using a parking garage that has controlled entrance, you have used this hourly rate thing before. It's just not necessarily through an app, right? So if you say certain park garages, the first 30 minutes are free, and then the next 2 hours cost $1. And then if you stay longer, the rate goes up, things like that. So we have encountered things like that. I will also say that when I have gone to the movies in Redwood City before the lockdown, being able to go to dinner and a movie and have your parking validated, made that accessible and easier for us as a family. So these are all experiences that we've had in nearby communities, and ways to make it easier to access locations that are otherwise really busy. So I think it's really creative. I love that you're thinking about ways to do that that are app friendly. I'm wondering if you've done any thought about how this affects lower income individuals, and maybe that's mainly a consideration for parking permits, but I don't really know how this would affect folks in that demographic. So I was just wondering if we thought about that, or is that really not a concern when it's a retail area?
Nate, do you want me to go first and you want to take a step? I'll just state that right now you park for 2 hours free, or you pay $25. So I think giving an option that's somewhere in between that, I think probably is a benefit to anyone that doesn't want to spend that 25, because there's always free parking somewhere. And I don't want to
Yeah. So you can move if you need to, but
so in
you
theory,
pay
you
for the
can, which-
convenience of staying put.
That's right. You pay for the
Okay.
convenience. So it's a cost of convenience. One of the items that Nate's going to be working on, which does have relevance to this though, is a low income permit in the garage. And that's not something we currently have. And I should clarify, we don't call it a low income permit. We call it a reduced price permit. Just to, note that we're not trying to, classify somebody based on the income that they earn, but trying to make an affordable permit for people that maybe can't, afford the price of a higher price permit.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're thinking about that. And I just wanted to make sure we mention it, because, that does happen. We do have folks that want to access these great retail spaces and varying levels of income. So that's great. I would also say that I used to volunteer at an organization in Cal Ave, and I hit that scenario that you were talking about, because we'd have our meeting for an hour and a half, and then we'd want to go grab a coffee, and oh God, I have to move the car because I don't need to go there every day of the week. So it's really exciting to think about that, because I wouldn't necessarily need to spring for a permit, but I'd be happy to pay the extra just to continue with my conversation without the interruption of moving the car and finding another space in the middle of the day. So I think there is definitely demand for the scenarios that you've described. And I just want to say thank you. I think you're on the right track.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I just want to thank the members of the public, and I really want to thank the Office of Transportation. It was something we've needed for a long time, and you're doing a really good job. Thank you, Chair Templeton, because I was interested in the lower price permits also, and it's good to hear that you're going to be considering those in the downtown business districts, both Cal Ave and University, because currently I think they're only available, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, in the RPP areas. So I think the extension idea is a good one, because sometimes I've been to city meetings where they were 3 hours and everybody has to figure out some other way to park. And so I think the extension is a good idea, and I think it gives that flexibility. I think it could help some lower income workers also who have shorter shifts, but may have multiple places that they work. As long as it can't be extended to the point where it becomes an all-day parking spot, because then I'm afraid it would be competition for the places we want the all-day commuter parkers parking. And to that end, I think because of COVID and the changes it's made on many of our habits, parking and working habits, and the potential that some of those could change, I think it is one of my priorities is getting the commuter all-day parkers out of the neighborhoods. And I know that Evergreen Park had a very strong expectation for that happening just because of the new Sherman garage. I don't think we want to have so many all-day parking commuter parking spots available that we invite people to come back when many of their habits, which will advance our greenhouse goal emissions and our traffic congestion problems, our level of service. I think we want to try to leverage what might be a longer term change, not related to a worldwide disaster, to really get the all-day parkers out of neighborhoods. Neighborhoods have a real hard time with that. It's hard to make it work. A member of the public just mentioned, if you have 2 construction projects on one job, on one block, I mean, there's no street parking left. It's amazing how localized street parking issues really are. So they can be half a block, they can be a block. So I think for me, I would like to optimize the parking in the garages, including the new garages, as soon as possible, understanding that it was never even pre-COVID anywhere near 100%, and try to get those parkers out of the neighborhoods. That's a big priority for me. And I think any of the reasonable technologies that we can use, yeah, let's try them out and use them. I'm not sure how to help you with that, but as a planning commissioner, other than to say, yeah, let's get the enhanced time extension and things of that nature. But I also, I wanted to mention, these are just very small specific things, but Southgate has a portion of, in its RPPP, that is on the west side, the Stanford side of El Camino, that was never utilized. And I know I talked to Philip Cami some time ago about this. That's just a little thing, but there's a lot of little specific things that those of us who live in the neighborhoods with RPPs know about, that we can maybe give you a list, don't have to do it right this second, of things that are working and things that could be better utilized or optimized in a different fashion. And certainly the Stanford side of El Camino between Churchill and Sarah Street is not used, even pre-COVID. There's just never cars there. So little things like that I would like to help with, specifics. And I would like to look at a nexus between TDM programs, projects and buildings that have received TDM reductions, that have TDM programs and have received reductions in parking. I would like to know how much we really think those buildings or those employees should be have access to parking in the residential neighborhoods. Some of those kinds of specific things are on my mind, and definitely with a mind to reduce commuter parking in residential neighborhoods. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Chang.
Thank you. So I echo what all the other commissioners who have spoken have said about this is a great idea. It's fantastic that we're taking this data-oriented approach, and particularly if we are looking at paid parking, that, you know, I think people would not be impressed with Palo Alto coming up with a dated parking system without the dynamic type pricing that is already available in other cities. So I think that's a good idea. I think that people who come to Palo Alto have a certain expectation for how things should function. Mr. Barrett had asked for feedback regarding community engagement, and maybe to beat a dead horse a bit here, but I would say, and you've seen based on the public commenters that commented as well as the commissioners, that if it's not clear what the relative prioritization of this paid parking investigation is relative to everything else, it's hard for people to focus on the paid parking because everybody has different burning issues. And so as long as you say, well, these burning issues are also going to be worked on, but today is focused on this, then people can focus on the paid parking discussion. But if, you know, commuter parkers are still in neighborhoods and people who have lower incomes are still having to pay higher prices for their permits, it's just hard to focus on something that is probably not that popular, right? It's not popular amongst small businesses. It's not popular for me. If I think, would I rather have it free as it has been versus have to pay for it? So it's a little bit of a hurdle. And so I would also say that it's, as presented, it really needs to be benefits forward, right? The whole point that Mr. Cammy made about, we don't want people to circle, we want them to be able to know where to go to find parking. And I would also say that as we pilot it, if it can be as much kind of, you preserve the current thing where it's free until a certain point or free everywhere except for the worst places, that's going to have a lot more palatability. And if some of those types of strategies, potential strategies, are mentioned early on in any introduction, then it seems a little bit less scary for people. So I think there is, I do think that there's going to be a little bit of a negative reaction from some people. And so in terms of public communication, to make sure make clear that there are real benefits to this. Or on the flip side, what are the potential negatives of paid parking, and how are we, and to state in the goals, like, we're going to come up with options that don't do those negative things, because I think everybody's also experienced like poorly executed paid parking, right? And then again, also along the lines of community engagement, I think it's important to present that this is not about revenue generation, that we need to be financially focused. It needs to be sustainable, but the goal of this isn't to make money per se. And then finally, regarding the 3 different potential strategies, I don't want to opine on that because my opinion is this is a data intensive exercise and you guys are the expert on that. And so go crazy with the data. And then if validation is what speaks to people, let's do validation. If it's not, then let's not. That kind of, so those are, and then one final thought. I'm sorry to go on so long. I was reading, these 35 items, and there's one point that really stuck for me in a negative way, which is the idea of standardizing employee permit parking costs in RPP areas. And to the point, we're talking about dynamic pricing. I actually think that different RPPs, have different real estate values for their parking. And so I would say we can be data driven about that too. And in fact, I think it's best to not park commuter parkers in the RPPs at all, but to the extent that we allow commuters to park in a really busy area, then they should be charged more because that parking is more valuable. So that's it. Thanks.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
I feel like we have consensus here. We're not like voting on anything, but I've literally agreed with everything that's been said. This is so fantastic that you guys are doing this. I agree. We need to focus on the low hanging fruit and well, there's no reason to wait on that stuff. I really like the idea of the wayfinding, like better signage. Because frankly, I do circle like downtown Palo Alto and I'm like, where is that public parking lot again? Whereas when I go to Redwood City or other cities, it's so visible and it's very easy for me to know exactly where to go. I think we can do a better job on, signage for our public parking. I have used, as Commissioner Templeton said, the various hourly rate apps in other cities very frequently. I think it's great. You can just use your phone and pay and you don't have to run back. So I would encourage us, to do that. I'm excited to see the data that we get back as to what works and what doesn't, and even maybe lessons learned from other jurisdictions. But I also agree with Commissioner Chang, like our focus does need to be on not on revenue, but on traffic alleviation. And the point Commissioner Alchek raised about retail might not like it if there's paid parking, but I also think retail is not going to like it if there's traffic jams and people are circling. Because when I go somewhere and there's a lot of traffic, I just leave. I don't bother going into the retail space, and I'm like, forget it. I'm just going to order online. So I think there's a trade-off like to consider there. And I also agree with the palatability of not having a sudden like jarring change of now everything has to be paid for, but having it be like free until a certain period or valuable spaces having that additional fee. I like that idea a lot. So, one more thing. I also, listening to the public comment today, and Commissioner Stuma, I also think like we shouldn't have commercial or commuter parking in residential areas. We have our garages. My experience has been that they're never completely full. Like we should be directing people to go park there and see if that, helps before giving up, residential space, or being very thoughtful before that should be our last resort, in my opinion. That's all.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. I want us to now take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. I'll provide my comments and then invite a brief second round for any commissioners who feel that they have final comments, and then we'll move on to the next agenda item. So I've got 8:20 and we'll resume at 8:25. Thank you. All right, commissioners, as you return, please turn your video on, at least momentarily, so that I know you're back. All right, thank you. Let's see. So it looks like Commissioner Alchek has not yet been able to reconnect, and we have all other commissioners present. So Ms. Tanner, are you with us?
I am here.
Okay, can we proceed?
Yes, we can.
All
And I
right.
do agree. I don't see Commissioner Alchek. I haven't seen any note from him, and we don't have anybody calling in, so I think we'll continue on.
All right. So I'd like to next provide my feedback, and I'm really going to focus on the particular items that staff asked for feedback on at package pages 47 and top of 48, and I've got some comments and about the same number of questions and comments. So the first item is piloting hourly rates. I'm absolutely supportive of moving forward with that. I think it's a why not? Why not? Let's see if it works. Staff had suggested that this could be trialed either in the most popular locations or in select garages. And so I wanted to get a little more information on that from Mr. Baird or Mr. Kami. What are the benefits and detriments to starting a trial in one versus the other?
So currently, the only garage that has the technology that would be adaptable to that is the CalAV garage. And the APGS project will add a few more garages in the downtown, but that'll be a year or so off. But it does sync up well with the public engagement process that we're doing, and then piloting forward. I think the garages and lots really ought to be prioritized for longer term stays. And so that's the key consideration when you think about on street versus off street moving forward. So some of the on street locations, I believe, are probably more popular than the garage locations, and it'd probably be easier to start with a low charge for hourly rates on street. But again, we'll need a new technology partner to help us with that, move that forward.
All right, so it sounds to me like we can start sooner with the pilots if we go with popular locations or blocks rather than garages. And so I personally like that approach, be able to move forward with trials. And maybe in those trials, we can learn things that can then be applied longer term to future trials in the garages as those come online. Your next item was the hourly time extension options. And yes, please pursue that. It makes a lot of sense. And again, we need to start collecting data to allow us to fine tune that to its most efficient form. And then the third item, the customer-centric approaches. You referenced parking fee validations, which I think I'm supportive of. I know that, personally, when we used to go out, occasionally that was a nice benefit, that we could go to a restaurant and, feel free spending a little bit more because they were going to cover the parking. So I like that feature. But you said other programmatic interventions that cater to specific user groups or customers. Mr. Baird, can you give me a couple examples of what those might be?
Sure. So one of the examples we talked about is the TDM program called Guaranteed Ride Home. And when you have a good parking pricing systems in place, it makes it possible for you to offer parking as a benefit to folks who agree to use transit regularly, and then all of us who use transit regularly have had the experience of having to stay at a meeting too late and missing the train, or, getting kind of stranded. So, being able to offer, other types of benefits to folks like that become possible when you're doing a good job of managing your parking demand.
All right, thank you. So, oh, go ahead.
I was trying to think if there's any others, but that's I think a good example to start with.
Well, I guess my attitude on that is, again, why not? That those are good things, and again, they are potentially taking us incrementally toward our goals, and so absolutely we should consider those kinds of mechanisms. So those are all of my questions and comments. So now I'll invite any commissioners who want to come back for a second round. Again, encourage you to be brief, because we are wanting to keep this item under 2 hours and not prolong the rest of the evening with the items we have left. So Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I just want to rip off a few in staccato fashion because a lot of colleagues have already mentioned it. I'm really glad that Commissioner Templeton and Suma, I think, both mentioned the low wage workers and how we're going to accommodate them. And I think, Philip, we've got a new acronym now. You've got an RPP and an RPP, Reduced Parking Program, and the RPP. So congrats, you got a new acronym. If we can keep it simple, then it's going to be more simple for the customer to understand, and it's going to be on the website. So I get that. And so I would just really encourage us not to get too far out there, even in the test program of testing, 6 different pricing things just to get some baseline data, or else we're going to have people just get confused and not play. I totally agree. We should be looking at the TDM analysis. The question about enforcement, I get a little bit worried about, is this going to be automatic enforcement only, or is it going to be adding a lot to staff? So I'll just raise that as a question right now, but it's a cost, as you well know. So, and then the other thing is, I just want to emphasize that, there aren't really 2 RPPs a lot, and the example tonight are good because, there's a lot of businesses downtown and there are none in Evergreen. So it really can't be managed the exact same way with respect to pricing as Commissioner Chang said, or anything else. So don't go overboard and try to manage everything exactly the same because they aren't. And in that regard, I also get a little concerned about what staff references, and somebody wrote in about saying about underutilized RPP zones. In some neighborhoods, that's a problem because it's a lost opportunity for revenue. In other neighborhoods, that's okay because there's no more places for kids to play. So let's just be aware of those trade-offs as you're going forward. And then lastly, please let us know how we can help accelerate the wayfinding signs. We can talk about that offline. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners with additional comments, please raise your hand. So I'm seeing none, so let me ask you, Mr. Baird, did you get what you came for tonight?
I did. I really appreciate folks' time considering it, and I'm excited about moving forward and developing some more details for folks to really get their teeth into. But I feel like today's meeting and the meetings that we'll be having with the public are really crucial to our understanding of how to develop it and where kind of what the temperature is right now. So I appreciate the feedback, and hopefully we'll be back soon with more details as we go along this path.
All right, well, thank you for the detailed report and the answers to many questions, and we will look forward to progress reports as these programs move forward. We'll move now to the next item on our agenda, back into action items with agenda item number 4, review and discuss 2 concept plan alternatives for improvements to the Alma Street and Churchill Avenue intersection, and recommend a preferred alternative to the City Council.
Great,
Staff
thank
report,
you.
Ms. Tanner?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have our staff again from the Office of Transportation. We have Rupin Bhatia and Richard Agrawal, who will be making the presentation about this project. And we also have, and I should have mentioned it, we have a number of consultants also that are available. You'll see them here as panelists. And so they have other resources that can hopefully answer all the questions as the commission deliberates the preferred alternative of the 2 that they will present. So I'll hand it over to Rupin and Ruchika.
Thank you, Rachel. Good evening, Commissioner Heckman. Good evening, Chair Heckman and Vice Chair Ruparwar and other commissioners. My name is Ruchika Agarwal, and I am a project engineer with the City of Palo Alto in the Office of Transportation. I'm here to present on the Alma Churchill Safety Improvement Project, and along with me co-presenting would be Marie Mai from Calendar Associates. Our project team also includes Rafael Rios and Ripon Bhatia from Office of Transportation, BKF engineers, Jason Mansfield, Jonathan Centofranchi, and Trisha Dudula from Hexagon Transportation Consultants. We'll all be here at the end of the presentation to answer any questions that the commissioners may have. To give the brief background on the Alma Churchill Safety Project, the project limits for this particular project is the crossing of Alma Street and Churchill Avenue and the railroad crossing. Next slide, please.
Okay, I am just unmuting myself and getting to the slide here. You see that?
Thank you, yes. Thanks, Marie. So the project limit, as I mentioned, is the intersection along with the railroad crossing portion of it. It is a collaboration project between the City of Palo Alto, Caltrans, Caltrain, CPUC, which is the California Power Utilities Commission. It is federally funded by Section 130 program, and the goal of that program is to eliminate hazards at grade rail crossings. This project addresses more safety concerns. We've received some comments about the project location being one of the long-range grade crossing projects that is under discussion right now. But this project really addresses immediate safety concerns that could be handled, and we are hoping to be in construction in 2022. The limited scope of work that was developed by a diagnostic team that had staff members from all these different agencies, and they came up with the recommendations of what needed to be done at this intersection to improve and enhance safety. So it's a very limited scope of work for which the funding is allocated for. We developed 2 concept plans that we are presenting in front of the commission today. We presented one for the community meeting back in January, and over the last few months with different boards and different public input, we have revised those concept plans that we would be sharing later in the presentation. But the basic design elements that includes both the concepts are traffic signal modifications, adding a pre-signal for the eastbound direction on Churchill Avenue with the goal of minimizing or reducing the number of vehicles that stop on the railroad tracks. Some of the other elements are sidewalk realignment or widening, repaving and restriping it to make it more visible and more prominent, drainage improvements, and signing and striping for bikes and pedestrians and all users. Thank you. As I mentioned, there are multiple stakeholders in this group, in this project. Caltrans is the funding agency. They are our funding partner, the State Department of Transportation. Caltrain and JPB, the Joint Powers Board, they maintain and operate the Caltrain in the peninsula. California Public Utilities Commission, as the diagnostic team that was led by the CPUC, came up with the recommendation of the improvements that needs to be done for this intersection. And the proximity to the Palo Alto High School and adjacent homeowners are also key stakeholders in this project. Some of the technical constraints that as we have been moving forward with the project, the right of way, there are various agencies, the City of Palo Alto and JPB, that have the right of way within the project limits. The scope of work includes improvements that needs to be done within the city's right of way and also within the JPB's right of way. And the city has been actively coordinating work with JPB and collaborating and coordinating with that agencies. And during that process, we found many existing utilities that are in conflict or that needs a little relocation in order to implement the changes or implement the improvements that are being proposed. Intersection visibility and capacity are also key constraints in this particular intersection. Having a high school close to this intersection, we see not just a large number of vehicles, but also a high number of pedestrians and bicycles using this intersection. And Alma Street being a truck route, we also see a high number of larger trucks and large vehicles using that corridor. With this, I would hand it over to Marie Mai from Calendar Associates to continue the presentation, and we'll be here to answer any questions at the end.
Great, thank you. Let me know if you can hear me. So to start with, just to orient you to the site, we're going to run through some of the opportunity constraints, and then I'll walk through the two concepts. So this aerial here shows a bird's eye view of our project area that's shown and outlined in the white dash. So to orient you, Alma Street in the Caltrain tracks runs roughly top to bottom on the page, and we'll go ahead and call that north to south. And then Churchill Avenue runs roughly left to right. Palo Alto High School is at the upper left-hand corner near the location we labeled with an A. And then the yellow arrows show the existing traffic lanes and also the direction of that traffic. Utilizing site observations and existing, i.e. pre-COVID traffic count data, the project team found that during the morning school and work commute period, the peak periods, there is significant amount of traffic on westbound Churchill. And this congestion spills into the northbound left turn lane on Alma Street. And even though traffic on westbound Churchill has a prohibited, weekday morning through traffic prohibition during the school peak hour, there's still a significant number of pedestrians and cyclists crossing that north leg of that intersection. And so that in turn results in the right vehicles trying to make a right turn, needing to yield to them, and in turn results in long vehicular queues. So we can see this vehicular traffic in photo 2 to the bottom left. And that's during the westbound morning commute, where we can see, the cars queuing, and then also many students commuting to Pali riding their bikes. And then conversely, in the afternoon, we also see long vehicular queues going eastbound on Churchill. Slide here shows in yellow the primary pedestrian routes in the project area, consisting of existing sidewalks and crosswalks. And we can see the potential conflict zone as pedestrians cross the Caltrain tracks, which we're showing here in red. So there's a potential area of constraint, primarily at location B, where pedestrians basically get bookended with the tracks and the trains on one side, and then the cars and the roadway on the other. And this location, B also typically experiences heavy pedestrian volumes, both during the morning and after school peak hours. So photo 3 shows a view from location A of the existing rail gates and the barriers that funnel pedestrians across the tracks. And we can see that it's pretty narrow. It's only a few feet wide. With this slide, the green shows the bike routes through the area, which consists of Class 2 bike lanes on the street in both directions along Churchill Avenue, and then also the Embarcadero Trail or Embarcadero Bike Path, which is a separated bike path, paved asphalt that routes around the school perimeter. Sorry. That trail is also shown in photo 5, top left, and then the bottom photo, photo 6, bottom left. It gives you a sense of how well used the Churchill Avenue is for student cyclists. You can see in the photo they're riding eastbound in the afternoon in both the bike lane and the travel lane. And then this slide shows a more zoomed out view of Churchill Avenue. You can see the project area noted by the dashed white box to the bottom right corner. The city is also developing plans for the Churchill Avenue Bikeway project, which terminates or ends at the Castellea Avenue intersection shown in the white box to the top left. So between those two areas, the improvements will be consisting of primarily of asphalt pavement, repavement, shown in the green colored overlay on this slide. So given those site constraints of the railroad and other elements, the teams developed 2 concept alternatives. With concept 1, shown here, the number of vehicular lanes remains the same, and the morning through restriction for westbound Churchill traffic would also remain. So with this concept, a number of enhancements are proposed that focus on improving the visibility of pedestrians and cyclists. So this includes the use of yellow ladder striping, the addition of stop bars to help discourage motorists from encroaching to the crosswalk and helps maximize visibility of pedestrians as they cross the street. Visibility of cyclists would be improved by the provision of green bike cross markings across the intersection. And then also green painted bike lanes to the segment west of the tracks. The sidewalk pavement at location B, where we see a lot of high pedestrian volumes, would be expanded to almost double the existing space. So it would increase the amount of queuing space available to students and pedestrians. Also at that location, a wider curb ramp, again, just helps keep pedestrians moving more quickly, and also looking at widening the railroad gate arms, again, to provide for that wider access width. And then there's an additional pavement to be placed at roughly location A. You can kind of make out the gray triangle there. That's just to help improve and kind of smooth the connection between the corner to the Embarcadero Trail for cyclists and pedestrians headed in that direction. In addition to these enhancements, a pre-signal is proposed at location X, and that would prevent eastbound vehicles on Churchill from queuing on the tracks and then also within the train crossing area. This pre-signal would restrict eastbound vehicles from turning right on red onto southbound Alma. And so this does potentially impact the vehicular capacity at the intersection. However, by modifying the signal timing and the phasing, we can provide more continuous green time to the vehicles turning right. And then in doing so, our analysis shows that the potential vehicular delay and potential congestion can be mitigated. So the end result here would be that the traffic congestion for the overall intersection would improve compared to the existing conditions. And that's even taking into account the increased frequency of trains from the Caltrain track electrification. With concept 2, very similar enhancements and improvements to pedestrians and bicycle visibility, such as high visibility crosswalks, stop bars, the bike lane markings, the wider pedestrian access across the tracks. But there are a few key differences between concept 2 and concept 1, and they are the result of the proposed elimination of the southbound right turn only lane on Alma. So There are a few very specific benefits related to the elimination of that right turn pocket. One, the Alma Street crossing distance would be shorter for pedestrians and cyclists. Two, the pedestrian queuing space would be 4 times as much as the existing conditions and then twice as much as in concept 1. And then the elimination of the right turn only lane, it also provides us with an opportunity to slightly widen the remaining 2 lanes. Rushika mentioned there's a lot of truck traffic in the corridor. Eliminating that lane also allows us to replace pavement with stormwater planter. That's shown in the green in the plan. And so that helps meet city environmental goals, helps treat stormwater runoff, helps improve water quality. So a number of benefits there. And then with the elimination of that right turn only lane, this would result in the current outer through lane becoming a through right lane. So it's important to note that the turning movement would be retained, but it would be combined with that through lane. And that's a condition found at most intersections, so pretty typical. Concept 2, like concept 1, incorporates the addition of a pre-signal. And our analysis found that the potential for traffic congestion would be mitigated with the various signal phasing modifications. And so this might seem a little bit counterintuitive because of the removal of that right turn only pocket, but because that pocket is relatively short, vehicle queuing on southbound Alma during the peak period does occur primarily in that through lane, which then, because of the queuing there, it would tend to block both the through movement and that right turn movement. So, as a result, with concept 2, like concept 1, would see an overall reduction in congestion compared to existing conditions, but the reduction in concept 2 compared to 1 would be a little bit less. So to summarize, there are distinct benefits as well as potential disadvantages between the 2 concepts. We've gone to the community and held several meetings over the past few months to solicit input. And so we held a community meeting in January, and attendees had indicated slight preference for concept 1, primarily because of an initial concern related to the elimination of the right turn pocket, thinking that it meant the elimination of that right turn movement completely. And so we clarified, that turning movement would not be eliminated. It's just combined with that through lane. And then of course, off peak, there'd be fewer cars, and so there wouldn't be any delay expected there. A second primary concern from the community was related to that pre-signal and the accompanying right turn on red restriction from eastbound Churchill to southbound Alma. And that would be found in both concepts 1 and 2. So again, our analysis found that this would not cause significant congestion on Churchill because the phasing can be changed to, again, allow for more continuous green time. And so any potential delay would be mitigated. We've also presented the concepts to payback, and the community there indicated a slight preference for concept number 2, primarily since it provided the largest queuing space for pedestrians. They also had a number of comments that encourage additional enhancements for bicyclists. And so that was addressed with addition of the green bike lane markings, and then also the improved connection to the Embarcadero Trail. There were other potential enhancements that were considered, such as a bike box and other phasing adjustments, but those did not seem warranted or feasible for various reasons for this particular location. We've also taken the project to the City School Traffic Safety Committee also in February, and the concepts were received positively. And we've also shared it with the school district, where we haven't received feedback yet, so we'll see if we get any input there. And then we've also been sharing and coordinating the project and design and holding stakeholder meetings monthly to work with agencies such as Caltrans and Caltrain and others to coordinate the design. So our next steps with the Commission's recommendations tonight, we would then bring the concept to Council in May for approval of a preferred plan. And then we would then return to the community in summer to share that approved concept, and then go into construction drawing preparation over the summer and fall. And so looking for construction to be done in 2022. So with that, the formal presentation is ended. We have our last two slides here. I'll keep it up for reference during discussion and Q&A. This slide shows the two concepts side by side for a graphic comparison. And then we also have a slide with a kind of a more bulletized list comparing the two concepts. And with that, I will turn it back over.
All right. Thank you, transportation team. Before we go to public comment, let me find out if any of the commissioners have questions for staff. Commissioner Lowing, I see your hand is up, but I'm wondering if that is from the last item. It is. All right, then I will go to Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Mine, Ms. Agarwal, for the presentation. I would like to know about this turn pocket in concept 2. Does that have any implication on ownership of that space? I'm asking because I think there's a portion of it that is shared, and wondering if changing it from a lane on Alma has any implications that we should understand.
Yeah, that question has come up in prior meetings, and there wouldn't be any change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Someone asked me that today. I was just like, well, I should try and understand that better. I didn't know. Okay, that's how.
I'll add to that, Commissioner Templeton, is that yes, part of that right turn lane is in JPP's jurisdiction, but our intent by putting the improvements over there is to retain the encroachment as is.
Right, so it would just be for a different type of vehicle, but we'd still be kind of in charge of maintaining the.
Correct. It's not going to be a vehicular movement. It's going to be a drainage improvements there. So
right.
The city will still continue to encroach, keep the encroachment there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia. All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Uma.
Thank you. I just wanted to verify that the area that's on the east side of the tracks in the black hashes, that would know where you can sometimes sit there and wait to either go straight, left, or right. That would no longer be, the pre-signal eliminates the use of that area by vehicles. Am I correct?
That's correct. That would be the intent, is to, again, so there's a hash mark and then also the keep clear striping on the pavement. The intent is to keep vehicles out of that area.
Great, thank you very much.
Although I would like to clarify that, yeah, keep clear is, where we would intend the vehicles not to stop. The hashed area would still remain as a holding pocket for cars either going straight or turning right. But it would minimize the number of cars that can wait there because of the pre-signal.
Yeah, I just noticed from experience, because it's a truck route, Alma, that a large truck turning left westbound onto Churchill cannot make a turn if you're sitting there. I've had to back up onto the tracks to avoid it. So I think eliminating or reducing the use of that area would increase the safety also.
Right, thank you.
Commissioner Chang, followed by Vice Chair Roquemore.
Thanks. I had a data question. So with electrification, there should be more trains going through and we would expect more delays, right? But I was looking at page 81 of the packet, or table 6, and unless I'm reading something wrong, the rightmost column, the times in the rightmost column were worse before electrification. And so I'm wondering what might cause that. Worse for the southbound lanes on Alma. Basically, I'm thinking about, you know, option 2, and then the biggest downside on option 2 is slowing down some traffic on Alma. And so I'm trying to figure out how big those differences are, and it's not making sense to me.
Question that maybe Trisha can answer.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. This is Trisha with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. And you're probably looking at the delay shown for alternative 2 for the southbound approach. So the delays, so with the elimination of the right turn pocket under alternative 2, what would happen is the southbound right turns would occur from the outer through lane. So sometimes you could so because the right turns are occurring from a shared through right, it could cause some impedance to the southbound through traffic, which would cause the delays to increase for the southbound through movement. So that's what the table shows. However, when you compare the overall intersection delay in conjunction with, which includes both the safety improvements, which includes a pre-signal, in conjunction with the signal timing modifications that we recommended, the overall average delay at the intersection would still be better compared to existing conditions.
I understand that. And what I was comparing was, say, the morning peak with electrification and without, and I can't figure out why the delay would actually be less with electrification according to your data.
I don't have the report here. My office computer actually froze, but I could take a look at that once my computer restarts and then get back to you on that.
So compare table 2 to table 6 for the southbound lane.
Yeah, okay.
It does look like it causes up to a minute greater delay for the southbound lanes compared to existing conditions, you know, depending on which peak we're looking at. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
So that was my exact question. Commissioner Chang hit on it. I was trying to figure out, like, it looks like concept 2 causes more of a traffic delay than the electrification issue. I was wondering the same thing. So no question from me.
I have a question for staff before we get to public comment. Do we have accident information at this intersection? Car on car, car and bike, car and pedestrian?
I don't have the collision report readily available with me, but I do remember at one of the stakeholders meeting, Caltrans and Caltrain bringing it up that this intersection is one of the intersections with high number of collisions, and that's why the federal funds were being allocated here. But I don't have that data with me handy right now. I'm happy to look at it and send it. Yeah.
And I'm sorry to just say this anecdotally because I don't remember the exact detail, but I think this was the grade crossing that was like the 5th highest amount of collisions in the state, or something similar to that. Don't quote me on that, but it's something very similar to that, which is why this specific crossing was selected to receive this funding. And just, you know, noting that this is 100% funded by the federal section 130 funds for that purpose.
Okay, I think that's a sufficient answer to help me understand even without the specific numbers. And then the other question I had, just to make sure I understand these tables, I'm looking at table 1 and table 5, which are levels of service. Table 1 is without electrification. Table 5 is with electrification. And I think I'm reading that alternative 1 in both tables has a little bit less delay than alternative 2. Am I reading those two tables correctly?
I'm sorry, you're comparing within table 1?
Yeah, within table 1, I think alternative 2 is the last column, and alternative 1 is the column next to it, immediately to its left.
Yes. So yeah, if you look at the LOS, which is the level of service kind of assignment, then yes, I read yes. That third column is concept 1 because it's the existing plus the safety improvements, and then that fourth column is the existing safety, but there's no right turn. That right turn lane has been removed, and so if you compare the LOS in the AM in the morning, they're both E, but it's an improvement from the existing conditions, which is F, and then with the after school, the third column, concept 1 is D. Last column is E, and there's a slight improvement compared to existing, which is E. So we're going from E to D or E to E, and then the last in the afternoon, it's going from E to E. So no significant change there.
Although the average delay, and this is really what I was focusing more than the level of service, which is a range of delays, right? Here, for example, when you look at the PM in table 1, there's a 59.53 second delay for alternative 1 and a 61.23 second delay for alternative 2, even though they're both LOSE. So I just wanted to make sure I was reading those right. And it's the same read for table 5, which is with electrification, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Those were my questions. Any more?
I like to add on to the questions that were asked before. I think the reason is that the table 2 and table 4, when they were looking at is the AM and PM. So for AM, the traffic has both school and the regular peak combined, and in the PM they are separated. So the school, there's like a mid-afternoon PM peak and PM peak. So there's that difference. That's why there could be a difference in the level of service and the delays calculations.
I was actually comparing tables 2 and 6 which are both AM peak.
Okay, let me take a look at 2 and 6.
Or something magical happens with electrification.
No, actually it's the electrification and the signal improvements. So the signal improvements that the project provides for, in addition, helps in doing those, improving the level of service and the delays.
Right, but there's signal improvement in both of them.
So 2 and 6.
This is Jason Mansfield. I'm with BKF Engineers. And I think what it is that you're looking at the southbound, maybe northbound Alma Street as well. With electrification, you get more green time on Alma because the gates are down, blocking the westbound, eastbound movements. That's my guess, but I think Trisha's going to look at it in more detail.
Yeah, this is Trisha. I was able to get my computer back on and compare table 2 and table 6 and the delays for the southbound through movement. And what Jason mentioned is absolutely correct. With the electrification, what happens is there are increased number of gate closures, which means Alma Street, the north and south, would receive more green time because when the gates are down in order to service the train, the northbound and southbound on Alma Streets, they continue to receive green. So under electrification, since more time is allocated to northbound and southbound approaches compared to under existing conditions without electrification, you do see a slight decrease in delay for the southbound approach on Alma Street.
Thank you. That explains it. I was trying to figure it out. So thank you.
All right.
Good question.
Right. Thank you, staff, for that. Any further commission questions of staff before we go to public comment? I'm seeing no additional hands, so We will now open the floor for public comments. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, do we have public speakers for this item?
Yes, we do have 2 hands raised. Our first speaker will be Carolyn and then followed by Robert. Carolyn, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Palo Alto Unified School District, and we appreciate the city's efforts to improve safety at this intersection, as it is a major pathway for vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles traveling to and from the Pali High School campus. However, PAUSD parents and the community have been focused on contending with the COVID emergency and have been unable to provide adequate engagement or representation on this critical process. The district was not included as a relevant stakeholder to provide input or ask questions of the design professionals in the monthly meetings, and was only included in the Single City School Traffic Safety Committee back in February. An email was sent to the superintendent yesterday asking for review and comment. So I hope that tonight's evening will provide an opportunity for comments to be recorded. Due to the immediate district need at the time to open our schools, all relative parties were not able to attend or stay for the entire presentation. We were not fully aware of the proposed changes. We respectfully ask if the commission seeks to proceed with concept 2, which includes altering the right-hand turn lane, that the commission hold off on that decision until the design team can meet with our transportation manager and transportation team to review any potential impacts to bus routes and to bus turn radii. Our buses currently cross through the Alma Churchill intersection over 20 times a day as part of their routine business. And we've not had the opportunity to fully understand if this impacts our service to students. We would also ask that any construction at this key intersection be in coordination with the district as to not impact operations to our students or during the school instructional day. Otherwise, we are in full support of the proposed safety improvements, but again, seek opportunities to review these plans with our team. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Robert and then followed by Rebecca.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad to see this project moving ahead and to see the generally favorable traffic report for the 2 alternatives. This crossing is dangerous right now and it needs this safety improvement. I think the second alternative, adding more space to the northwest corner of the intersection for queuing of bicyclists and pedestrians, will increase safety. And currently the space is really minimal and there is a lot of queuing, especially after school. When this report came to Payback, where I heard it, we had not yet had a traffic report from Hexacon, and I have a couple of comments. The first is, I think the city staff should start routinely asking for measures of pedestrian and bicycle level of service, as well as traditional automobile level of service. It should not take much additional work to figure out the average and maximum crossing times for 1 or 2 streets, and to note if there is so much bicycle congestion that perhaps cyclists have to wait. According to the data, there's 400 bicyclists who are crossing going westbound in the morning. That also impacts with electrification when you have the gates coming down and a strong bias toward traffic on Alma. So there can be a very large impact on crossing traffic and particularly on crossing pedestrians and bicyclists having to wait through an extra cycle or sometimes even 2 cycles. My observation crossing at Meadow is that the changes to the signalization over time have been disadvantageous to pedestrians or bicyclists crossing there. Thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you for your comments. Our last speaker is Rebecca.
Hi there. Thank you for having me speak again.
you might hear some noise in the background. That actually is Caltrain. I'm talking to you from Alma Street. I mostly wanted to really point out the need to include the public schools in this conversation. So I was extremely relieved to hear the first speaker, and I really want to amplify everything she said. I have a kid at Pally. Today he was practicing driving, so drove me to his baseball practice, and like on the way there and on the way back, we crossed that particular intersection. And even now, before electrification, it is extraordinarily dangerous, and it has a significant impact on the public schools. That said, the solution should not be one that impacts the buses, because the buses are essential for, especially for one of many reasons, but one is because they take kids from under-resourced neighborhoods to our Palo Alto public schools, which is an extremely important equity program, and we must really protect it and honor it. And already these kids' bus rides are so long. Additionally, these buses are extremely important to take kids with physical disabilities, and that's important too. I know that I just to kind of respond to, and sorry, there's not the timer here, so if you could tell me how much time I've left, I want to honor that. But real quickly, I was told that in one of the earliest conversations where there initially was a school district person to kind of respond to that. I guess maybe there was some confusion, miscommunication, and whatever. The truth is that the school district did not actually opine about this, and they must. and they did send a letter with regard to the XCAP, and that letter I saw for myself was like completely not looked at, relied upon, just utterly ignored. As a reminder, there are 12,000 kids in our public school system at 16 schools. It is essential that you all consider them a stakeholder in all of these actions, including Castellea. I shouldn't be a person, I'm no one to like put them on notice that you all are gonna put a garage on the bike boulevard or shut down an essential route for buses. Please include the school district. They are a stakeholder. Their public schools are actually your stakeholders, while private companies are not. Thank you for considering. Have a nice night.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
All right, thank you, members of the public, for speaking to us on this item. I'll bring it back now to the commission for deliberation. What staff is looking for tonight is a recommendation. Alternate 1, alternate 2, or something else. So I think that'll take the form of a motion. So I'd like to start with a round of comments from commissioners, your thoughts on the 2 alternatives. Who would like to go first? Thank you, Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Suma.
What the PAUSD representative.
Can you speak up a little bit? Sometimes we're having a little difficulty hearing you.
Sorry about that. What the PAUSD representative said seems pretty important to me. So I don't know if there's a way to delay, because I'm very concerned that we would be negatively impacting bus traffic potentially with the removal of that right-hand lane. Otherwise, I would say that the safety benefit of additional queuing space is what makes me lean towards option 2. I do have a reservation, which is that it looks like, with respect to southbound traffic on Alma, if we went with option 2, we could be increasing queue delays for some of those southbound lanes by a minute and sometimes more. And I guess my concern there, I mean, overall, the LOS for the intersections is improved relative to the current situation. But my concern is, would we be creating an incentive for bad behavior by drivers who are already traveling very, very fast on Alma? And I guess maybe I should have asked this in the questions. I'm wondering if there's any data with respect to what driver behavior is, if they know that there's going to be a much longer wait time if they hit that light. Like, I don't want drivers running the light on southbound Alma because they want to make sure they beat the light and then hit kids as they're going through. So that would be my biggest concern. That's it.
If I can, I think that the first thing that we should do is address the comments from the school district, which I think just noting that there's been some confusion, and this has actually been an issue that's plagued this project from the beginning. Is there's some confusion about the grade separation project and these safety related projects that are required. We're required to do these by CPUC. We are required to do these. This is not something that we're saying, oh, we'd like to maybe do these. These are things that we are required to do. We're in contract to do. So we have to do something here. So just noting that that's the first thing. I also want to note that we sent that this is a much less significant project in comparison to grade separation, which is a very long-term project expected to take many, many years. So noting that we did receive a letter from the school district regarding grade separation, and specifically regarding the XCAP recommendation for closure at Churchill Avenue, but noting that the city council has not taken any action or recommended any alternative to be recommended there at this point. So they're just currently reviewing alternatives, but the school district was formally part of that group. But at any rate, not to get too much into that grade separation project, just to mention that we did ask the school district to provide comments on this specific project back in February. Believe that Carolyn Chow was referring to a reminder that we sent because we were hoping to get their input on this project before we go to city council. And with that, I think it's really critical just to note that we're not trying to prohibit any kind of turning movements or any kind of traffic. This is very different from the closure, as I mentioned. So a closure to Churchill Avenue would prevent any buses from going through. This is really just trying to make sure that students that are trying to get across the street can do it safely. And that's really the key to this project. But noting that we've also had a lot of collisions at this intersection. So we're trying to improve the safety at this intersection. But again, I want to emphasize that this is from CPUC. This is required of us federally to improve the safety of this intersection. And once again, is 100% funded by them. So with that, I'm gonna, I think, turn it over to Ruchika, who I believe can talk about, the questions and concerns about a bus getting through this intersection, which I do think are a worthwhile topic of discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. That's right. Just to reiterate that we are not eliminating the southbound right turn lane from Alma to Churchill. And since this is a really preliminary concept phase, we haven't looked into it, but we would be sure to use the radius that would be turning radius that would allow the buses and trucks and large vehicles to be able to make that turn safely. So as we develop the concept, that would be under consideration.
Tammy, is there more from staff before we go to more commission comments? Nope. All right, then Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. So I was concerned about the bus issue, but it sounds like staff knows that they have to use a radius for right turn on red there that will accommodate buses. And also it's a truck route, as we've discussed earlier. So I'm less concerned about that. I am very anxious to see this improvement, and I guess either one would be good. I guess I have a slight preference for number 2. I think that's an extra short turn pocket that often causes sort of stack ups in the through lane anyway, because it's such a short turn pocket. And I think this is a good solution. I think it addresses the peak hour problem of pedestrians and bikes. It would probably be okay to have right turn on red there during non-peak hours, but I don't see how we can accommodate that. And I think our main goal here is safety for pedestrian and bike. So I have a slight preference for 2.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. This is so interesting. Full disclosure, I was on the XCAP and did a lot of exploration of alternatives here for that project. And it does definitely need to be, to have immediate safety improvements. So it's exciting to see that these could be in place as early as 2022, whereas everything that we've been talking about for the XCAP is probably 7 to 10 years away at the minimum. I think I understand about the pocket lane on Alma. The concerns that I've heard in addition to that are the potential backups on Churchill, and that would exist in both of these options because of the elimination of the right turn on red from Churchill to southbound Alma. And I was just wondering if staff, do you have any thoughts about this? I'm gonna, before you, while you prepare your answer, I want to ask, is this the same that what happened on Charleston, or is that move? I know that you're not supposed to cross the tracks to wait for the light at Charleston, but I think you can still turn right on southbound Alma there. So can you compare it to Charleston, and then can you tell me more about what, how come you think it's going to be okay and won't become a even worse queuing problem for Churchill if we do that?
Sure. Either you can have Trisha answer that, or I can answer that too. Either one. Why don't you go ahead, Trisha?
Yeah, I can take the question. So on Churchill, in addition to the pre-signal, our recommendation is to provide an overlap phasing for the eastbound right turns on Churchill. So the eastbound right turns would get a green signal and they could turn onto southbound Alma concurrently with the northbound left turns from Alma onto Churchill. So we will be providing additional green time for the right turns to be able to keep that queue moving. And our analysis shows that with the recommended overlap phasing for the eastbound right turns and some signal timing modifications, the queues on eastbound Churchill would not extend all the way to El Camino Real. So it would be shorter or comparable to existing conditions.
Thank you. And does that require any changes to the curbside parking on Churchill? For you to have the room to stack for that right turn movement, since it won't be flowing through, sometimes there's vehicles parked in that potential pocket. Like, it's not really a pocket on Churchill, but it's sort of de facto.
I believe there is, the pocket is pretty long. It's, the right turn pocket. So it can accommodate at least a couple of 6 to 7 vehicles.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last thing she said, but you said it's long enough and it can accommodate the length of the queue. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was hearing some anecdotal stories about, parking along Churchill, interfering with that stacking, and I wasn't sure if it would require changes to that. So it sounds like not really.
No, our analysis did not assume any loss of parking on Churchill.
Currently, there's no parking allowed from Mariposa to Alma. I believe there may be parking allowed between Castellea and Mariposa. Actually,
I think you nailed it. That sounds like that's a intermittent issue. I don't know if it's allowed or if people maybe overstay.
Yeah, well, but between Mariposa and Churchill, there's about 2 parking spaces. I don't think our plans are intended to change that. I think what you do see sometimes is there's no cars parked there and it becomes used as an extended right turn lane. But it's,
yes, that's exactly the behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
okay.
That's
so
to the west of Mariposa.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to clarify. I know there's definitely going to be some interest in that question. So thank you for clarifying. I do I do think that we need that stacking space. I think that is a really well-used path for bikes and pedestrians. So my preference would be for concept 2. I guess my only thought from a risk analysis perspective is, what are you going to do if your estimations are wrong and it really becomes a traffic problem? Can we convert it back to a pocket lane or no? So that's just something to think about. You know, is there a way to test it before you implement it? Are you able to get some real life test data before you? Like, is there a way to test it? What do you call it? The prototype it? To verify that your theoretical numbers are correct.
Yeah, I could let somebody speak to this. I think it's easier for us to convert it back than to test it, probably because I don't believe that you could do it without doing all the other things. So I don't think it's something where you could just cone it off and say, all right, we're now not having this lane and see how it functions, because you also need the signal timing changes, you need the remarking, and you need the pre-signal and all the things together to make it function.
That's right. Yeah, I was just going to add that not just the signal timing, but also the hardware. We are proposing different signals and upgraded signals and changes to the signal phasing that would be impacted. So this project.
Well, I was thinking. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, so this project, it would be a very difficult one to implement it as a trial and kind of evaluate the effectiveness before building it permanently.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for the overlap. There's a slight delay and I didn't mean to jump in there. So I guess if I were to challenge you all to think about how to prototype it, it would be after all of that equipment that is the same between option 1 and 2 would be installed, and then you can test the lane if you wanted to do that. And the only reason I suggested is that this is a beloved and therefore potentially controversial pathway in Palo Alto, and you're going to hear a lot of feedback on it. And so that's just been my experience when we make changes of this magnitude, that sometimes people want to have a chance to get a feel for it. So that's just something to think about. I certainly wouldn't want to test whether to keep the pocket or not until, like you said, all the other stuff was installed. So just a suggestion to think about, but my preference would be to make sure that this bike pathway, which is really well used, is as safe as possible.
Mr. Nguyen, I see your hand up.
Yes, Chair I'm sorry, Chair Heckman. I wanted to let you know that we have a phone caller with his or her hand raised, and there's a chance this might be Commissioner Olczak.
No way for you to find out without connecting them?
I believe that's the only way right now, unless one of you guys know his phone number. The last 4 digits here is 3576.
That's not his normal phone number. Well, let's roll the dice. Why don't you introduce our mystery caller?
Okay, will the phone caller with the last 4 digits, 3576, please unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, this is Carrie Yarkin, and I've lived and I'm very knowledgeable about that corner because I live on the 100 block of Churchill, or I have lived there and I'm planning to live there. I just want to bring up a few points because I went to.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? The public comment portion of this agenda item passed. It's important for us that people who want to speak connect during that period. to let us know, and that allows us to orchestrate our deliberation. So it wouldn't be fair, there are other attendees watching, it wouldn't be fair to them to reopen for you. So what I'm going to ask you to do is the comments that you have are valuable to the city. I would ask you to put them in an email and send them both to the PTC and the city council. This item either is going to be either we're not going to finish with this tonight, in which case we'll tackle it again, but it seems likely that this will move on to the council. And so I want to encourage you to put those comments in writing so that the council can consider all of your points. But won't be able to offer you an opportunity to provide public comment tonight. Okay. Mr. Kami, so Commissioner Lowing, I see your hand up, but I also see Mr. Kami's hand. And so I'm going to go with staff first, because maybe he'll answer your question before you ask it.
Oh, no, hopefully I'll just, noting my video is frozen again, so I hope you can hear me okay. I just wanted to come back to Carrie's, Commissioner Templeton's question earlier about undoing or testing it out. Just noting that, we were considering that, and I think probably the most feasible way to do that would be to construct option 1 and then trial option, the option 2 as a removing the lane, but then noting that it would cost us additional if we then determined we wanted to construct option 2, because you can't just do it without the crosswalk lining up and all the different components. It's really difficult to separate. So that's the way that we can.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lowing.
Thank you. Just a note on page 58, yes, we don't want to be queuing up on a railroad track. So thankfully, both of these solutions take care of that problem. I'm sort of intrigued on page 60. Always want to get community input, and you guys are doing it on this. I'm questioning the folks that didn't vote. There were 28 people that attended that. You got 10 votes. So did the other people figure that either one was okay, or was it midnight and they signed off Zoom, or do we know?
Unfortunately, we don't know. It was definitely not midnight. We ended the meeting by 8:30. We started at 8:30. So the assumption would be they were probably okay with either or. Maybe they didn't want their names to be put with certain concept at that early stage. But yeah.
Just to add to that, we did have some people that signed off as soon as we were done with the presentation of the item, and we started asking questions.
Okay. So I don't think that this particular vote is instructive either way, but I'm glad that we're asking those questions. So as I understand the issue on the school buses is that you are representing that problem is not going to be a problem, because whatever radius you need to make that right turn, it will happen, and it will happen just in that one right turn lane. You aren't going to have to be moving into the left lane. I know I'm being sort of pedantic about this, but it's important. I just want to make sure we're all on the record.
That's right. Yeah. So we would use the extra space that we get from that pocket and widen the remaining lanes and make sure that the turning radius is sufficient for any school buses and any large trucks or large cars.
Okay. After all,
note really quickly that it's not just the school buses, large cars. It's also like the emergency vehicles we need to accommodate, fire trucks, trash trucks.
Good point. Yeah, good point. Thank you. Good addition to that response. So I too am leaning to the second alternative as being slightly preferable. Really good analysis with a lot of data to show us, and we don't always have the choice between two good alternatives on something that we all need and we need right away. So this is a very pleasant issue for us to deal with tonight. A couple of one related issue is that what is the length of construction and disruption, and what months are you going to try to do it in summer because of the school?
We don't know the length of the construction as of yet. typically it takes several months just to order the traffic signal equipment and the hardware. But we also have to be mindful of the contract that the city has with Caltrans, which terminates in 2022. So we would try to do it as soon as we are done with the final design preparation.
So the answer is you can't guarantee that it'll be done in summer, is what I heard. So it could be during school year.
It could be during school year, but we would
Okay,
do the
and then-
construction hours to minimize the impacts to the school.
Sure. And then do we know what the length of construction would be?
Not at this point, no. I would assume a few months, at least.
Okay. All right. So I really appreciate staff opining on the right turn lane issue there and giving us all this data to analyze. So I'm on board for option 2, and that's all. Thanks.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
I'm still I'm still on the fence on this. So, I'd love to hear Commissioner Hackman what you have to say. I really like Commissioner Templeton's comment about, somehow being able to test it, though I also hear staff. And this, I have a question for Mr. Kami. How hard is it is it easier to go from option 2 to 1 or from 1 to 2? And when you say there's going to be an impact, like, what are we talking about? Like another 10, 15,000, and who's paying that? Does that come out of the funds that we already have? And how long would it take to make those changes? Like a week? I kind of want to understand the magnitude and then which way is easier.
Yeah. So yes, I can give you a definite answer for one of those. The easiest way for us to do it, if we were going to trial, would be to build option 1 and then trial option 2. The second, or I guess the last question that you asked is who would pay for it. The answer is I think the city would pay for it. I don't think Caltrans. We would be done by the time Caltrans would be no longer willing to reimburse us for the work at that point.
Got it.
So there's no way the city would end up needing to pay for that modification. We have no idea how much that additional work would cost incrementally, because that's just not something we've looked at. But that's a really interesting question, but noting that the city would be on the hook for whatever that incremental difference is to make that modification there. So
got it.
If I answered all the questions.
You did. That's helpful. That's super helpful.
Vice Chair Rupavar, do you want me to go and then come back to you?
Yeah, I don't have any other questions. I just love to hear your comments too, and then make a decision.
Okay. So I'm going to advocate for alternative 1, but before I do that, I did want to respond briefly to the PAUSD representative who expressed some concern should the commission recommend alternative 2, which it looks like it's a distinct possibility unless I am particularly persuasive. And that is to tell you, just as I told the public commented recently, this is a recommendation that will be made by us. It's going to the city council. And to the extent you feel that you need to gather more information through your consultants, analyze things, then I would encourage you to do that between now and May, when this goes to the city council, and to present your findings to the city council. I know you join us in agreeing with all the commissioners that these safety issues, we need to move forward with them as quickly as we intelligently can. And so that's why I'm not in favor of slowing this process for more input, particularly here where there's an opportunity for that input to come between us and the council, as much as I'd like to have received it at the PTC level. So when and I have to say I'm pretty familiar with this this intersection because I had 3 kids use it, and I had 3 kids occasionally queuing on foot or by bike on these corners. And really the issues that we're looking at here are safety and then traffic efficiency, decisively in that order. But they're related. And to me, I guess I look at this kind of simply. When I look at table 1 and table 5, what I see is that there is shorter queuing time with alternative 1 and alternative 2 than there is with alternative 2. And my experience as a driver for many decades and observing other drivers for many decades is that drivers don't like to wait. And the longer they wait, the more aggravated they get. And the more aggravated they get, the more likely they are to do something dumb or careless. And that increases the likelihood of putting either a pedestrian or a bicyclist or another car in harm's way. And so the reason I like alternative 1 is it reduces those delays compared to the present and compared to alternative 2. Even though it's not significant, 10% or less for each of those delays, it's something, and every little bit helps. So, so I like alternative 1, and I prefer that to taking what is now a traffic lane and turning much of it into a drainage feature, and then the rest of it into additional queuing on a corner where, frankly, it's not my experience that kids pack that corner so tightly that they're falling off into traffic. So the additional room would be nice, but I think having a better flow of traffic is going to provide a higher level of safety to those kids than slower traffic. So that's why I'm gonna, I would support recommending alternative 1 to the City Council. Commissioner Templeton.
Hi, thank you for sharing that. It brings up a good question that I don't really think we've explored in detail, and maybe it's here and I missed it. But do we anticipate more bike queuing under electrification where we would need that extra space that we might not have anecdotally needed yet for bikes? So I'm speaking to Chair Heckman's concern about whether that space would be necessary or not.
So are you asking if there's going to be more bicycling under electrification?
Well, yes. So Chair Heckman just said he doesn't think we need that space. And I'm asking, why did you plan for that space if we don't need it? Do you think we need it? And
yeah,
help us
so
understand that.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the answer to that is actually not that electrification necessarily will bring more biking, although we do expect bicycling and pedestrian to grow in the city as we build more infrastructure and we prepare, more safety feature for bicyclists. But just naturally it will grow over time, and it has grown. Just noting that our progression for our Safe Routes to School programs, tracking bicycling and walking to school has grown incrementally over every year. But also, if you've been out there and observed, and this, we had a caller that mentioned this, you'll note that there are a lot of bicyclists and pedestrians crossing there. So I don't think the question of having, I don't think there's a question of having really too much queuing space.
Right.
And I don't think it matters electrification or not. I think that's
Okay.
just a
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, sorry, there's a delay, Philip. I'm not trying to talk over you. But in my experience too, I've seen that during school times, bicyclists will queue on that space between Alma and the railroad tracks because there's not enough space elsewhere for that. And then I will also ask, how long, can you remind me how long that pocket is? Is it 2 or 3 car lengths? I mean, how much space are we providing queuing for on southbound Alma? that would be lost?
The southbound right turn pocket, it's about 100 feet or less. That's my recollection.
So just as input, oh, I'm sorry?
It's about 4 to 5 car length pocket for that right turn. Yeah.
Okay. So once the other lane is packed, has 5 cars in it, you're not getting into the turn pocket. So it won't make a difference except for those first 5. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. So just to explore that, and I think it was a really good point from from Chair Heckman, I guess I don't see the additional safety risk there. I think that Alma is a heavily trafficked street during that time and is going to have queuing at the lights. And so we're not going to see those hazardous, fly around vehicles during school time. But, there might be other times I could, maybe evening rush hour. Like I see your point. But I also feel like staff has probably considered the safety in there. So maybe we could give an opportunity to speak to that. Have you thought about, any negative implications for losing that pocket lane on the southbound? Do you anticipate the kinds of behaviors we've worried about and brought up tonight? Or how do we calculate that into safety? How do you, as a traffic professional, help us navigate this question?
So it's difficult to anticipate the change in behavior or any behavioral issues with the drivers or with pedestrians or bicyclists. However, having said that, the safety analysis for that queuing space for concept 2 is much larger than what is proposed for concept 1 and from the existing available space. It's almost 4 times than what is existing right now. So I'm sorry if I don't know if I understand your question correctly. Are you saying why are we proposing much higher?
Well, let me try and restate it. So some commissioners and some members of the public have tonight brought up questions about removing the right turn pocket southbound, potentially encouraging bad, unsafe driver behavior to beat the light to prevent having to queue up or to swerve around people that are waiting to turn right, things like that. So, my assumption is we wouldn't be proposing this if we thought it would be more dangerous. But on the other hand, these are good questions. How can you help us come to terms with them and understand safety trade-offs?
Okay, I'll start the answer and maybe Trisha or Ripon can jump in too. So as we mentioned, it is a very consistent lane diagram that we are proposing. There are multiple intersections within the city where we have a shared through and a right turn lane. And it's difficult to estimate what the driver behavior would be, but trying to speed up to make the light, that's difficult to estimate. But yeah, we might see changes where somebody who's trying to go through might change the lane and go to the first lane, the first through lane. But again, I would assume and hope that that is done in a safe manner, but not by cutting off somebody or trying to break in or violate any traffic rules.
Thank you. And it comes, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just gonna agree with Ruchika. Yeah, that would be expected that some car, when they see the right lane ahead being blocked by, there's a train coming, you have the no right turn symbol, the temporary flashing no right turn light going, and yeah, we would expect them to some cars to switch over to the left through lane, and as Richka mentioned, our hope is that it would be done in a safe, legal manner.
Yeah, we see that more north on Alma, in the downtown area, where if someone's waiting to turn left, if they're going southbound, and someone will go around them. So I think that behavior is considered safer there, potentially because it's a lower speed limit. So that, changing where the boundaries of the lower speed limit might be another way to consider improving the safety. Maybe it doesn't change to 35 until you're south of Churchill or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to say to my fellow commissioners that I hear you. I think we do want to make sure that the driving part is as safe as the biking part. But I also don't want to overplay it either. So thank you, staff, for letting us know that you've thought about that.
See any hands up, so let me ask a follow-up. Commissioner Templeton's question is the question I wish I would have asked before I gave my own amateur experience-based analysis. Staff, you've brought us 2 recommendations, alternative 1 or alternative 2. I didn't find anything in the staff report indicating that staff believe that one alternative offered enhanced safety compared to the other. So, and I think that was the question that Commissioner Templeton was trying to ask, but I didn't really understand the answer. So let me re-ask the question that simply. Does staff have an opinion that one of these 2 alternatives provides any additional level of safety compared to the other?
As we mentioned in the presentation, I think the last slide that we have, the goal of the project is to enhance safety. The funding for this project comes from Section 130, which promotes, again, enhancing and improving the existing conditions of the at-grade crossings. So comparing the 2 alternatives, alternative 2 reduces the crossing time for pedestrians and bike at that north leg of crosswalk on Alma Street. It also provides almost 4 times the waiting area or queuing space for the pedestrians and bikers in that northwest corner, 4 times than what it is existing today. So based on those comparisons and based on looking at the traffic analysis report, even though the alternative 2 causes a little bit more impact than alternative 1, I would feel, and I feel confident that alternative 2 is probably a little bit more safer and provides more safety and enhances the safety for that intersection. And I would let Jason from BKF Engineers, who's helped us design the project so far, to chime in if there's anything you want to add.
Sure, thanks, Ruchika. And I agree with everything that you said. I think that's accurate description of it. My observations and why we suggested alternative 2 in the first place as an alternative is that we did observe a spillover of pedestrians and bicyclists in that area. In fact, actually, I have a video of it if you wanted to see, and I'm able to share my screen. I'm happy to show you a video of that queuing as in the morning as the train gates come down.
If I can also, this is Marie Mai from Calendar Associates. If I can just add to that too, just from a very kind of objective look at comparing the 2, the other main difference was the reduction in the crossing distance across Alma, affording again, kind of enhance safety for pedestrians and cyclists as they cross, that there's less exposure, if you will, as they cross the street there. So that's one of the main differences.
Okay, thank you, staff. This was all really helpful. You've convinced me to support alternative 2. I appreciate the exercise, though. Other commissioners want to talk about this, or are we ready for a motion to make a recommendation to the City Council? Somebody want to?
Looks like
step up?
Commissioner Suma's hand is up.
Oh, sorry. It's not showing up here. Oh, that's because the computer issue on my end. Sorry, Commissioner Suma, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to make a motion to move staff recommendation number 2. And I also think it might be helpful for the staff to take the collision information to the City Council meeting. So.
I'll second that.
Yep.
Right, we're going to give Commissioner Chang the honor of seconding that.
I like that. I like that.
Commissioner Suma, you want to speak any further to your motion?
No, I think I've said everything. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, to your second?
Said everything, and I think the last bit that the staff did was very helpful.
I agree. I've just been informed that Vice Chair Rupavar's computer has crashed, so I don't think she'll be with us for this vote. Let's see. Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'll be supporting this motion, and it's exciting to hear that we have a lot of people on board with this. Of course, both options are good, and it's just so important to make these near-term changes and improvements to safety. All signs point to everybody going back to school in the fall, maybe. So it's exciting to think about improving that as quickly as possible. So thank you for working on this.
I see that Vice Chair Rupavar has joined us, and so let me catch you up. I don't know how long you were gone, but we have a motion. We had a very informative session with staff explaining their feeling that alternative 2 offered a bit more safety, or I shouldn't characterize it, more safety than alternative 1. And that was followed by a motion by Commissioner Suma to recommend alternative 2, seconded by Commissioner Chang. So I think that might catch you up. Do you have anything that you want to say before we vote?
No, that sounds good. I heard all the safety stuff. I dropped out of the motion. So thank you.
All right. Then Mr. Nguyen, I'm not seeing any more hands. So will you please conduct a roll call vote on the motion?
Commissioner Olczak is absent. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0 with 1 commissioner absent.
All right, thank you, everyone. And again, I want to encourage Ms. Cho, the Palo Alto Unified School District representative, to please do your work and provide any comments and concerns to the council so that those can be factored into the final decision. So we will move on now to agenda item 5. Gotta find it. Another action item. This is a recommendation on ordinances responding to state housing bills regarding density bonus and affordable housing. Staff report, please.
Great, thank you, Chair Heckman and commissioners. This is an item, as was noted, to comply with our state laws and updates that happened and took effect in January of this year. So these laws are in effect. We are abiding by them for projects that do come in. We don't have a ton of state density bonus law projects in Palo Alto, but we do want to make sure we update our codes accordingly. So our attorney, Albert Yang, will be presenting on this item, and take it away, Albert.
Great. So I don't have a PowerPoint for you because I think the staff report really, I would just be repackaging it. This is fairly straightforward. I think it was back in November, we came to you with a little preview of state laws that were going to go into effect January 1st and told you to expect some ordinances to come through implementing those state laws. And we've actually had this ready for a couple of months, but it just kept on getting bumped because of how busy your schedules have been. So we saw an opportunity to squeeze it in at the end of the meeting here, and that's what we're doing. There's not much to say here. We are just implementing the state law, updating our code to reflect that. As Assistant Director Tanner mentioned, those state laws are self-executing. So, we have been applying the new state law to any applications that have come in. And this is really just an effort to update our code. So anyone who looks online at our municipal code sees, something that reflects what we're doing. So with that, I'll leave it for any questions. Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Commissioner Lowing. You're muted.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the procedural question of the chair. The operative statement is on page 96 that the changes to state law are going to dictate the city's action and have been. And this is basically wording changes to the document. So how do you want to proceed here? Four of us present are not attorneys, and you're a really good one. But how do we want to work through this in terms of process, language, et cetera?
So we've been presented a revised ordinance that we can recommend to the city council. If there are issues that any commissioners have with particular changes that are being proposed by staff to bring our current ordinance into conformity with state law, then I think it would be, then we'd want to start with those. Basically, if you don't if there's a commissioner who thinks that a change to 20% is in some place that staff is suggesting, is recommending, does not match state law, then we should take that up first. And sort of like we did with Castellea, take the discrete issues up front, if there are any, and then, a motion to cover everything else. Am I answering your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any discrete items that you want to raise regarding the draft ordinance?
No, but I just raised my hand for the procedural aspect of it. So.
All right. All right. So are there any other questions of Mr. Yang or staff before we go to public comment? I'm not seeing any. And so this is an action item. So we will open the floor for public comments. Please raise your hand. If you wish to speak on the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, it looks like we may have one public speaker for this item.
Yes, we currently do have one raised hand. So our first speaker will be Rebecca.
Hi again. Again, I don't have the timer, so I'm just looking at my phone. Oh, thanks. Okay, so just as background, I've been a lawyer for a lot longer than Mr. Yang, and I actually think that something extremely important that should have been communicated to you all which isn't necessarily just common sense to non-lawyers, is that the state's numbers are minimums. They're not maximums, they're minimums. And except to the extent where they're maximums, like to the extent there's, you know what I mean? Like the state has very clear policy that cities are instructed, are demanded, are required to do what's reasonably necessary to enable more affordable housing. That is the overwhelming policy. So all of these numbers, the minimums, or in some exceptions, the maximums, have to be interpreted in that way. So I guess I just want to point out that it's not really an option for you all to say, no, we refuse to reduce lot sizes, or we refuse to enable rezoning to make housing more easy. That's not an option. But what is an option is to say, hey, we're going to pass our own version of State Bill 1120, which would entitle RH1 owners to have the option of creating a duplex in their homes, which doesn't destroy R1 neighborhoods. Rather, it gives more power and more value actually to property owners in the city of Palo Alto. So I beg you to look at this as minimums, not maximums. And the other thing I want to say is that I didn't see any reference to the programs that last I heard the city staff was still denying the existence of. And that's the more than $1.5 billion that the state of California is offering to municipalities to actually build affordable housing and homelessness shelters. Last meeting, Rachel Tanner denied its existence. Since that time, I've actually connected someone from the school board, so they can find anyone from city council or from you all to speak to a woman at Move, Life Moves, a nonprofit who does this. Anyway, I really want you to wrap your mind around the fact that this isn't an obligation that will take a lot of city money. If you would just apply for the state's money that they want to give you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
And we will end public comments and bring it back to the commission to deliberate and make a recommendation. Commissioner Lowen, your hand is up. Is it still up from before? Okay. I think you're mouthing yes, it is.
Yeah, sorry, my cursor was on top of it, which means I didn't see it.
Same experience when Commissioner Suma was trying to make a motion on the last item. I'd like to ask a question while other commissioners raise their hand. It is on packet page 102, and I don't have any, and it's this language. It's subpart 1 toward the top of the page. Subpart 2. If the development is located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, the city will not impose any maximum controls on density. So I don't have any issue with that language. I understand it is being transported into our code from state law, but I don't understand how it practically works. I mean, can somebody propose a 100-story building? And so I just appreciate a little bit more understanding of whether it means there are no controls.
Sure. Yeah, so the structure of the density bonus law is, if you provide a certain level of affordability, then the city must provide you with a certain additional percentage of units that you're allowed to build on a lot. So if we, allow, for example, up to 40 units per acre at, a certain level of affordability, you'd be allowed a 50% bonus. And that would be that you'd be able to build 60 units per acre. In this case, the state has created a new program for 100% affordable development, and they're saying the city can't apply a density standard, which would be the number of units per acre. But the city would still be able to apply some development standards, which would then govern height, for example.
So the existing city regulations really create an envelope that can be filled using that provision in 100% affordable within a half mile of transit.
Yes, although I'll say density bonus law also requires the city to provide concessions and incentives, which might include waiver. Waivers are also a separate category, but would require a modification of our development standards. So, you know, that project would also be able to ask to exceed our development standards in a number of ways.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Commissioners, do I have questions, comments, or a motion? Vice Chair Rupavar.
I will make the motion that we recommend. I'd like to move to that we recommend that the city council adopt the attached ordinances, which update Palo Alto's density bonus and parking regulations to comply with recent changes in state law.
Vice Chair. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Suma, thank you. Second. Vice Chair Rupavar, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No.
Commissioner Suma, to your second? Do you wish to speak to your second, Commissioner Suma?
Just to say that since these laws have already been enacted and we're following them, we're not making any substantive change. We're just responding to requirement to not skip following the law.
Templeton.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the vice chair's motion is the staff recommendation, like all the stuff in here. Okay, great, thank you.
I was reading directly off of it.
Well, I saw the text here and I was like, well, yeah, I just want to make sure it's the.
Did I say it incorrectly? I read directly off of it.
You did, but their staff recommendation doesn't say all the stuff that all these changes. Anyway, I just want to make sure. So you're saying what we received as these changes is what you're moving.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll support it. Thank you.
Any further commission discussion? I see Vice Chair Rupavar and Commissioner Suma's hands are still up. I take it those are gone now. All right, so Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote on the motion?
Yes. Commissioner Awcheck is absent. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0 with one commissioner absent.
Thank you. We will move now to approval of minutes. We have February 24th minutes revised. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma.
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any discussion? No. Mr. Nguyen, a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Awcheck is absent. Commissioner Chang.
I abstain because I wasn't there.
Okay. Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0-1 with one commissioner absent.
Actually, sorry, can I abstain? I just realized I wasn't, this was the 2:24 minutes? I wasn't there. I thought it was the, Sorry, guys. It's getting late. I'm confused. Can I abstain? I wasn't here on 224. I thought it was the March minutes, which I was here for.
Okay, then
Apologies, Chair Hackman, for that.
Okay, then the motion carries 402 with one commissioner absent.
We'll move now to committee items. Anyone have a committee item to share?
The only thing I will share is that when we had our orientation for Commissioner Chang on Monday. Sorry, we had our orientation for Commissioner Chang on Monday, and I know she was interested in the XCAP. So I suggested maybe she connect with Philip and also possibly with you, Commissioner Templeton, to learn more about that project. So just something that I wanted to bring up.
Awesome. Be happy to do that. Give us an excuse to hang out. I have something for the next agenda item.
Let's move there. Commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items.
Yay.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I would just like to remind the commissioners that it is March 31st and we have an action item due tomorrow. So if you haven't submitted your Form 700, please remember to do so. And then something that I was hoping that we could talk about as a group, maybe provide comments on, is kind of our target end hour. I don't know if this is a good time to talk about it, Chair, but I've heard a few comments about it. It's getting late and it's tiring, and I don't know if we have a norm on that. Is that something we should talk about now, or maybe send you an email about? Or
we ended an hour earlier than our agenda suggested, which is terrific.
Yes.
But since we all had mentally prepared ourselves to stay later, I'm going to suggest that we have a few minutes to talk about this. If it becomes a prolonged discussion, then maybe we can take it offline or bring it up later. But sure, I think we have a little time now. But let me set the table since I'm the chair. And since really our agenda has been unusually impacted, I think, in the last few meetings, which was different than the first year I was with the commission. And so trying to adapt to that, my goal, frankly, is to have meetings that look like Commissioner Templeton's meetings last year when she was chair. And my impression of those meetings was we should try to end by 10. If there will be circumstances where we can't, but we shouldn't really plan an agenda that goes past 10. And if we get to 10 and we're running late, then we have a check-in. And we're gonna see if it's the will of the commission to keep going, is the end in sight, or if we think we have 3 more hours on something, then maybe we don't want to. But to stop at 10 and have that dialogue, I think it worked very well for Chair Templeton last year. And so that's kind of where I'd like to take this. And I've already had some dialogue with Ms. Tanner about getting a little bit earlier handle on what's coming to us in terms of a draft agenda. And so I think that will help us because I have heard from a number of commissioners at different times that past 11, they're not going to be doing their best thinking, and they want to do their best thinking because that's the joy of the job. So that's where I'm thinking of taking us back to where we were, back to the future, I guess. And so I'd be interested in other commissioners' comments on that strategy. Vice Chair Rupivar.
First of all, I do want to thank Chair Templeton for raising this issue. It has been I'll be honest, pretty rough. Like these past couple of meetings that have gone super late because, you know, some people, like I do wake up at 5 a.m. So, but I appreciate and I wholeheartedly agree with the 10 p.m. You know, let's plan agendas that are intended to end at 10. And if we have to go over, then that's fine. But that would also give all of us some visibility too, into like scheduling on our own end. So I'd be in favor of that.
I agree. I'd be in favor of structuring agendas to plan to end at an earlier hour. But what I want to say, with the caveat that I don't want to cut short necessary discussion, because you know it's supposed to be a public meeting, and I would also add that having meetings that go till midnight, the public, that's not fair to the public either. Because if people want to comment, then they've got to hang on to the bitter end. And I know I'm the newbie here, but I was trying to sit in on PTC meetings in preparation for applying, and it's really difficult to stick with it. So that would be, I know.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowing.
Basically, I would second your motion exactly as you put it. I think the 10 o'clock, we've agreed to stop at that point. We have sort of a soft, if we agree to go on to 10:30, that's fine. But if it goes past 10:30, I think we should institute sort of a super majority of 6 that has to agree to go on or something like that, because we've just had a couple of extraordinarily important agenda items that have creeped up to and past midnight. I don't think that's fair to the council who we represent or who we're recommending. I don't think it's fair to the public. And then we can talk about ourselves and what that does to us, because we spent a lot of time preparing for it. And then, you know, sort of like I need a recovery day because I got to go to bed at 1:30 when I finally unwind and sleep till 10 if I can, you know. So I think it's just logical, and basically it just has to do with agenda planning, and I think we do have to have a good cooperation with the city staff. That if some things can be pushed, then they just need to be pushed for the good of everybody. For example, tonight I felt that we were going to finish about now, based on a couple of the agenda items, and I was glad that we did. But if we really thought we couldn't get through it, like if the last item was going to take an hour and a half. As Albert just said, it's not that urgent because we're already, you know, doing the state law. So I think that would be one that we could have said, well, got to push it another month. So I think you're right on track.
Let's see. I got a thumbs up from Commissioner Suma and a hand up from Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, and thank you all for participating in this discussion. I really support your approach, Chair Heckman, and I think it's fine to have a target in mind and just what a norm is. There's always going to be times where we have exceptions, like what Commissioner Chang mentioned and what Commissioner Lowing mentioned. You know, there are times when we need to complete the discussion, and there are times when we may need to continue the discussion. And while I don't support the supermajority suggestion, I do like the idea of being able to check in and talk about it with each other, because that is that's the way to be collegial. So I like the idea of pausing at 10 or 10:30 and or some kind of natural break there and checking in. So I think that's a great suggestion. And, you know, to staff, I would say, I know you told us it was coming, that we have an avalanche of backlog that we need to deal with. You know, I think mainly the reason I brought it up was not a critique, but more a plea that we need to keep those longer meetings as the exception rather than the rule. So thank you all for having this discussion. I think it's very productive.
I'll add a couple things. I prefer not to impose a supermajority or any kind of rule what happens after 10. I think what's important is that we discuss as a group what happens after 10 if we get to 10. But with that in mind, one thing I have observed in the time I've been on the commission is that there have been times when we have spent too much time talking about our process. And so when we get to these instances, when we get to 10, I don't want to spend half an hour talking about whether we should keep going. So we need to all kind of find a succinct way to develop consensus in that moment, so that we're not wasting late hours figuring out if we want to stay later. Okay, well, I thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Templeton. I think it was really useful, and it's given me, I appreciate the support in trying to take it in this direction, and I'm looking forward to working with Ms. Tanner to make it so. The only other comment or announcement I will make is there was made available to us last week commissioner and board member training. I was unable to attend that. I was out of town, but I'm going to catch up, and I think that Ms. Tanner is going to be able to provide a link to the movie, the video. And so if any of the other of the rest of you missed it, so there's an opportunity to catch up as well.
I'll just offer that the training goes over the handbook that we have, which we'll be talking about, I believe, next time. And it also does include a little bit of a refresher on Brown Act. So if I find it helpful, just the fact that I have to get that every year, usually through an orientation or something, just a little refresher on some of the Brown Act rules. So I think it's a very helpful training, and it's not very long. As soon as we have that video link, we will send it out to the commissioners.
All right, Commissioner Lowing.
Just a question of, do we have a high probability list for next time, or not quite yet, Ms. Tanner?
For the items for the agenda?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's pretty settled. We will have the SCAP will come before us, which is not in our department, but obviously a cross-departmental total city project. We will have our board and commission handbook subject, and we're also going to be talking about renter protections. So 3 items, but one of them, I think the handbook will be, interesting, but not very lengthy. There's some changes to our operations, but nothing really significant to how we operate as a board. And then the renter protection and SCAP. SCAP is a study session getting feedback from the commissioners, and renter protections likewise is an action item looking for recommendation to council. So we should have I think we should definitely be able to end by 10. I mean, famous last words, but I think not gonna.
We'll never know what she knocked on because she muted herself too soon. All right. I'd like to thank the members of the public who observed and participated tonight. I want to thank staff for all their good and hard work and the excellent reporting. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners and congratulate Commissioner Chang on completing her first meeting. We are adjourned. Thank you.